Good morning from a very sunny, warm Friday morning here at Desert Springs in the south of Spain. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network for 3 days of exciting international T20 cricket. Very much looking forward to bringing you the coverage here as we have Italy taking on Germany in the first 2 games here today. And then we also see Spain. They will be taking part in the next 2 days as well. Very much looking forward to bringing you the coverage here. I can see there's many people already enjoying the coverage, and we can take a look at the lineups, and we can take a look at some very interesting names that we will recognize, of course. Walter Behr for Germany, he was the skipper for the Germans in the ECC just a few weeks ago, and there's some very familiar faces, of course, in both lineups. And we take a look at the bat versus ball here for the T20 Tri-Series for this first game here between Germany and Italy. And you can see there the expected scores very close, but supercomputer just taking Italy by 2 runs there. So a very good morning to everybody tuning in all around the world, whether it be on the YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel, or on Fancode in India. Thank you for choosing us here this morning. And I can tell you the weather is ideal for cricket here today. It's a lovely it's around 22, 23 degrees. There's a bit of a breeze sort of coming towards us as you look at on your screens at the moment. And we are set for a very exciting first matchup here. And in terms of the cricket today, of this first game, and you can see the Germans just getting ready there. You can see that Italy, they obviously elected to bat first, which is an interesting choice there. Of course, the pitch, obviously we're playing on turf here at Desert Springs, which is a little bit different for what we're normally used to seeing here on the European Cricket Network. And there's just a couple of issues that we're just sorting out just to get ready. But of course, a huge thank you to everyone for tuning in. And take a look, if you are watching on YouTube, do go ahead, get involved in the live chat. It's always one of the unique aspects of the European Cricket Network is there's a direct line of communication. And as the players just making their way out now, a huge tournament, this Tri-Series here this weekend. All 3 teams looking to gain valuable ICC ranking points in order to get themselves up the rankings for the World T20 qualifiers, of course, for next year coming around. And I can tell you all 3 teams are at the ground. Spain just turning up now. A couple of their players have just arrived. They'll be making most of the training facilities here at Desert Springs, just behind me where I'm sat. They'll be looking to get some net time under their belt. Of course, there's some very familiar faces in that Spanish team, and of course Corey Rutgers leading them into battle. But a very good morning to everyone tuning in, as we're almost ready to get things underway as players make their way out. Of course, the opening bowler looks like it is going to be Dieter Klein for Germany. He is a man who's got a wealth of experience under his belt. Of course, he has played a lot of his cricket out in the UK. Of course, playing for Leicestershire and for other teams, of course, as well. But he'll be opening the bowling here. I'm looking forward to seeing what a pass score here is. Now, for those eagle-eyed viewers, they will remember that the boundaries were considerably long last time we were here a few months ago. But they have changed a bit. They've had to bring them in, so it's a little bit of a shorter boundary, almost all 360 degrees around the ground. So that's certainly going to be interesting to see what a pass score will be. Of course, turf wickets, now that's a crucial variable for all games here this weekend. Many of the players will have been used to playing on Astro pitches throughout Europe. I know from experience that most of the Spanish lads wouldn't have been playing much on turf, so it'll take a bit to get a bit of adjusting time. But I have a feeling that we could be in for what is set to be an exciting 3 days of cricket here. 2 games a day, of course. We have the double head-up between Germany and Italy here today. And we'll see Spain, they'll be coming into play. But we're ready to get underway, and it is going to be Dieter Klein here for Germany. This one whizzes outside the off stump. Good early set of wheels from Klein, of course, the left arm seam up for Germany. 34 years of age now. Of course, he holds that German passport, which is crucial. Obviously isn't considered an overseas overseas player in the UK due to that German European passport. Again, this time back of a length. And it just whizzes past the bat of fellow countyman, Grant Stewart. He's taking the first 2 deliveries. James Stewart saying the summer of Charlie does never end. It's good to be back on the airways. I thought I was over, but we managed to sneak just one more in. And again, back of a length this time. Stewart, well, it's a bit of a misfield from the man at point, and it will be the first runs off on the board for the Italians. And it will be the first runs for Grant Stewart as well. Of course, Stewart playing his cricket for Kent this past season. Brings a dangerous man also on strike, Dinex Samawikrama. Yeah, this Italian team, it's an interesting squad, having spoken to their head coach Gareth Berg earlier. There's a couple of youngsters in there. There's a name that I don't think is playing in this game, but there's a name in the squad that's very exciting. Now this one just pushing him for pace. This one just clips off the pads. Again, it's an interesting battle, this, of course, between Samawikrama and Data Klein. There's a handful of very exciting names in this German selected 11. Michael Richardson, whose father, I'm being told, his father used to be the wicketkeeper for South Africa. That's my intel that I've got so far. There's a couple of names though as well. Joshua van Heerden as well. Played South African under 19s. Make the switch over to German cricket. This one finds an inside edge, and this will race away down towards fine leg. It'll be another single. This is a really good start, really promising this from Data Klein. Of course, those of our viewers that are just joining us, you join me, Charlie Hunt, here at Desert Springs for 3 days of international T20 cricket. And of course, a little bit different to what we used to here on the European Cricket Network. T20, of course, so an extra 10 overs of cricket. Fast ball here in the first. And this one just nipping in off the seam, bit of an in-swing as well. Brings an end to a very promising first over from Data Klein with just 2 off it. At the end of the first, Italy 2 for none. And early signs of movement out there in the middle, of course. This is the variable that a lot of teams are going to have to negotiate, is this turf wicket. Both of the games this morning will be played on the same wicket, so we'll be getting a good idea of what a pass score is on this ground over the next few hours. Grant Stewart, just 1 off 4, just getting a bit of a look in. And it looks like we're going to see a bit of spin to open up from the other end here, of course. We saw recently, or a few months back, that spin really was crucial. There was a bit of a spinner's wicket in that tri-series between Spain, Norway and Guernsey a few months back. It's going to be spin up from that far end. You can see there that the wicketkeeper and skipper as well for Germany today, Michael Richardson, played a handful of international T20 matches now as well. So he's bringing a wealth of experience. There's a serious handful of talent in this German team. They've been here since Monday. They've got a bit of training and a bit of time out in the middle under their belts. Anyway, here's Mahdi with a bit of a right arm off spin. Right on the money straight away. Good to see Vinny Sandy jumping in the chat. There's Vinny out in Malta at the moment. Hope you're well, Vinny. This one just back of a length. Good work from Klein. Keeps it to just a dot ball. Eventually is collected. Will just be a dot ball, but not really early signs from this end of spin. Not much turn, bit of bounce though. Amadi isn't struggling for height. He's a bit of a tall man. This one just going on with the arm again. Tight bowling from Amadi here early on. Of course, we saw him as well in the tri-series back in Germany, in Krefeld, between Sweden and Austria, and Germany, of course. He's one of the better players for Germany in that tournament. Really came into his own with his right arm off spin in the middle overs, but being used at the top of the order here by Germany. comes down the track, and this is just up in the air. Should be a simple catch, and it's taken. And it's a really good grab. I think that looks like it's Volta Bear down at mid-off. And it's the first wicket to fall. Bit of a nothing shot, really. Pressure building a little bit for the batsman. He has to go. And that Summer at Guarma has to go for one. And first wicket falls, Italy 2 for 1. So first wicket goes. It is a bit warm out there, so no surprise drinks coming on straight away. About 24 to 25 degrees, bit of a breeze coming across your screen. Good early breakthrough for the Germans. And it's a disappointing start for Summer Guarma, of course. Just wasn't able to get going, was trying to get that strike rate up, but just wasn't able to get things going. And it's looking like it's not easy out there. It's a good first wicket and good early signs for Germany. So Almeria getting his first wicket. He'll be happy. That'll certainly calm the nerves a little bit. But of course, there's plenty of cricket in Europe at the moment. Obviously, we've got us here, and there's obviously the ECS European Cricket Series out in Malta. That's coming to an end very slowly. Obviously, you've got today and tomorrow, and then of course we're off to Barcelona for a for a good few weeks up in Barcelona as well. 16 teams taking part, which will be exciting. And Corey will be keeping an eye out for some potential players. New batsman for the Italians. Certainly got a bit of an interesting position here now. This is good bowling from Amadi here. Finds the outside edge. Well, a bit of a yes, no, maybe about this one. Potentially trying to just get off the mark straight away. Almost straight to the man, and eventually gets turned back by Grant Stewart, and it just brings an end to what is a wicket maiden. So a really good start for Amadi, and at the end of the second, Italy 2 for 1. Really promising from Germany, just keeping the Italians down to just 2 off the first 2 overs. I'm sure they would have been your hand off if you offered that to them early this morning. It's going to be Dieter Klein. He's going to continue here. 2 off of his first over as well. Of course, that extra bit of pace is it's a good battle here between Klein and Stewart. Both county players in the county system in the UK. Just goes to show, though, where European cricket's come in the last couple of years. More and more high-profile players wanting to get involved and finding ways to do so. This one is driven well, and this is going to race away on the outfield. Don't think it's quite going to get there. The chase will be on, and it will be the first boundary as Grant Stewart gets the flash of the bat. And this is going to be 4 to the total. And that will certainly help proceedings, and that will release a few nerves. This one just flashing through the covers. Up a little bit of a hill, but had enough on it. And of course, that extra bit of pace from Klein. It's the first boundary. Good start this. Good start to the over, of course. They'll be looking to make the most of the power play restrictions. Just 2 out at the moment. Got a deep square leg in play. This time it is back of a length. This is flat batted down the ground. And again, it's a good comeback from Klein, though. Wouldn't be much appreciative of being slashed through the covers for 4 early on in the over. A little bit of a different pace to this game compared to the usual T10 here on the ECN. Slow things down a little bit. Enjoy the weather here in Desert Springs. It's a beautiful day for cricket. This is a proper shorter delivery. It is signalled wide. It's an interesting one from where I was sat. It looks like it might have just been just over the head, but it has been signalled as a wide. Again, just keeping in the batsman's mind. That shorter delivery really can come through if you get it right. I'm just getting that one a little bit wrong. So this over hasn't been up to the standards of that first over. This time, it's the offside, and again collected. Just unable to really pierce the gaps at the moment, apart from that first boundary in the over. Since then, it hasn't quite been able to go their way. It's been a tidy comeback from Dieter Klein. More a veteran of the T20 game now. Plenty of experience for this German team. position. This one is short again. Once again, just met with the full face of the bat. A bit of respect from Grant Stewart once again. Kind of just asking, is Berg still there? He is. He's not playing. He's more of a coaching role. He's the head coach of the Italian squad for this tournament. I'm sure he'll be, with his wealth of experience he has, of course, playing for Northants in the UK. Northants spinning coach as well as his assistant. This is a slower delivery. Grant Stewart doesn't seem as if he picked that one really. This one's almost stuck in the pitch a little bit. But this has been an excellent comeback to what was a tricky first couple of deliveries of this over for Klein. Good early signs for Germany though. That first wicket falling in the second over. Shorter, and this time into the leg side. This has found the gap. So Chase is on for the man out in the deep. He does really well. Justin Broad out there does excellently there to make sure that it's just the two. That will bring us to the end of the third over. So after 3, Italy just slowly getting things underway, but excellent work up there from Justin Broad coming into this German team. The end of the over. Italy are 10 for the loss of 1 wicket. There's a bit of chat just going on about Liam saying Germany and Spain are definitely 2 teams who definitely should be playing 50 over ICC cricket in the new future. Well, that's why this tri-series is so crucial. There's serious ICC ranking points up for grabs for all 3 teams, of course, with the qualifiers coming up next year. So this is a real sort of last push for all 3 nations to try and climb up those rankings. Who else is in there? We've got Liam. Good morning to everybody as well, to Kiani, to Liam, to Ian Latin as well, to Vinny's lurking, of course, as he always is. Helix is in there as well. So we've got some silver spanners, of course. Things have changed since I was last here. This one into the offside, and this is going to be a lovely shot. Just too short from Amadi. And the batsman of Grant Stewart's calibre, he's not going to miss out, and it's pushed lovely into the offside. 4 more. Here's Italy on to 14 for 1 now. Again, not getting much turn from that far end. Just really is too short as well, and he just rocks back, pushes that weight back onto the back foot, finds the gap, and it's a lovely shot. Needs to come back though, does Amadi here, especially after that first over. This time down the ground, and this is going to be all the way, and it's going to be the first maximum. It's going to be 6 runs. Grant Stewart looking to capitalise on a bit of overcompensation from Amadi, getting the short delivery and then trying to compensate with a fuller ball. And this is punished down the ground, and it's going to go all the way, and it's 6 runs to the total. Certainly helped the confidence of Stewart. Of course, if any fans are aware, Desert Springs on to mostly around the ground. It's a lot of dead space, so it's going to be a lot of ball retrieving if there's going to be some big hits. It was Volta-Bear down at mid-off who had to go and grab that one. Makes his way back into the playing field. Umpires are just going to check the ball here. Be surprised to see if the ball has been scuffed up that badly after just 1 hit. There you go, that's Volta-Bear on your screen. Of course, the captain for Germany in the ECC. It was an interesting tournament for the Germans, but what a tournament that was for all viewers around the world. Spectacular scenes out in Khartoum. Looking forward to doing that all over again, not too far away. Marley with a response, this time it's short. And Grant Stewart's got enough on this one, and it's going to race away for another boundary. So Stewart taking a liking to the spin of Rasul Amadi here. It's back-to-back boundaries. And again, just too short, and I'm wondering if this is the right end. Looks like it's a bit of a variation, but this one races away, and it's going to go all the way. Yeah, this end just doesn't seem like it's the end for spin. This time gets it on the money. That's a better line and length. Just meets it with the full face of the bat, but all of a sudden the opener, Stewart, looks as if he's getting a little bit more confident and comfortable with the conditions. And again, short. This time straight to point. It just doesn't seem to be that he may have got the wrong end for the spinner here. Seems to be the end that he's bowling from. If you're bowling to that end, it's a little bit drier, it's making a little bit more purchase, but this time it's short. And it's punished down the ground. It should just be a single to end the 4th over. And it will just be 1. So Grant Stewart will keep the strike. And at the end of the 4th, Italy 24 for 1. Ghani's just asking the question, saying what's around the ground and would there be enough room for a small grandstand? There certainly would be. You could probably have a bit more than just a small grandstand. It's a lovely setup here in Desert Springs, it really is. I've had the privilege of playing a couple of games here myself. It certainly is an excellent venue for cricket. I know that there's plenty of cricket here as well. They've got obviously the Tri-Series this week, and then next week the Spanish women's will be taking part in a tournament. There's a good amount of teams that will be making their way over to Desert Springs next week. So plenty of cricket, and it's really good to see, of course, that cricket in Europe is just taking off, isn't it? Especially after the ECC, and what a tournament that was, of course. I know many of our viewers would have been paying attention all around the world. But I think that was a really good element to see of Grant Stewart's batting there against the spin of Russell Ahmadi. He was really able to manipulate the field, and he was able to pounce on anything that was given to him, whether it was back of a length or full. But it's going to be Dylan Blichenhout. He's going to be taking over here from this near end. Man who I saw plenty of earlier in the year back in Krefeld. He was crucial for Germany in games against Sweden and Austria. Bit of a stronger squad this time around for Germany though. What an outlook of cricket this is. Stewart 23 off 16, looking comfortable at the moment. Dylan Blichenhout starting here. This is straight to the man at point, and well, it's been an interesting topic of conversation over the last few weeks as the Mankadam backing up from the non-striker's end, and the man at point looks like that's Abdul Shkoda Himzai. Just take another look here. Just flashing off, bit of an outside edge really. Does open the face up. Wow, this has been launched down the ground, and this is going to go all the way. It's going to be another 6. It's a glorious shot from Grant Stewart. Once again, it's a bit of a slot delivery from Blichenhout. And a man of Stewart's calibre, you cannot be feeding him deliveries such as that one. It's right in the slot. Checks his drive, and it's going to be 6 more. And Stewart, he's really taking the attack to the bowlers after what was a promising start for the Germans. Good morning to Wayne, good morning to Julian as well, getting involved in the chat. If you are watching, go ahead and firstly subscribe to our YouTube channel, of course, and get involved in that live chat. Tries to overcorrect himself, and it's a full toss, and it's again going to be another boundary. Hasn't been called a no ball, so it will just be 4, but again it's a loose delivery from Dylan Blichenhout. He's gone for 10 off the last 2 deliveries, and he's under the cush at the moment. It's interesting there. Possibility of a no ball, of course, although there is the broadcast cameras, there is no LRS or DRS or any sort of review system in play. This time right in the block on. Just out to Joshua Van Heerden. It's just a good comeback in the end from Dylan Blichenhout after an interesting first half to the over. Liam just reiterating, saying there's a massive difference from artificial and non-artificial wickets. And saying that Stewart's making batting on a low-scoring track look very easy. Certainly is at the moment, but it will change in the matter of a moment. And again, you can take a look, you can see there, it's in the back of his mind is the skip. The skip and a jump in his mind whilst he's doing so. You've got Marcus Campopiano. He's played Sussex second 11, played a bit of Oxfordshire cricket as well. It's another full toss, and Stewart gets a lot on this one, and it's going to be another maximum. Goes into the leg side, and it's not being the over that Dylan Blichenhout will want to remember. 16 off it, and at the end of the 5th over, Italy are 41 for 1. So of course, just the single over remaining in the power play, 6-over power play. Usual international T20 rules. But again, Grant Stewart is looking pretty comfortable out there in the middle, isn't he? He had a pretty successful season with Kent. And there's no doubt that he'll be hoping that he can pounce on good form. Just to my left, there's some of the Spanish boys slowly making their way towards the practice area. There's a few conversations going on at the moment. I think Dylan Blichenau is sort of feeling the effect of that last over. But of course, Grant Stewart, he's such a wealthy campaigner for Italy, just at 28 years of age. Only made his T20 international debut last year for Germany, of course, against Denmark. Obviously was originally born in Western Australia, but obviously he qualifies, I believe it's through his Italian mother, is what I'm being told. So we're going to have a change here from the far end. It looks like it's going to be Justin Broad for Germany, who's again a newcomer into this lineup here. Back for length, just turns this round the corner, off the mark, off his second delivery for Campopiano. He won't mind that as well. Does what he needs to do. He gets Grant Stewart back on strike. He's on 39 off of just 22 deliveries now. Justin Broad is played in that. He's been involved in sort of the county system in the UK as well. He's played Surrey 2s. Plenty of second 11 players in and around this tournament, of course. There's also a bit of first team action as well, but the likes of Lorne Burns, of course, for Spain. And he rings a bell, of course. Many will be familiar with Lorne Burns. This is down the leg side and is signalled wide. Just struggling to get acclimatised to of course what we call the home of Spanish cricket at the moment here in Desert Springs. Of course, the Grizzly Bat T20 International Tri-Series underway now. And this is down. And it was an opportunity for the man at point. Well, I think that's just made someone's day a lot worse, as it looks like that was Dylan Blichenau. He's just coming off the back of a poor first over, 16 off of his first over, and now he puts a very dangerous batsman in Grant Stewart down on 39. What an opportunity that would have been to really get back at the Italians, just to make it sort of almost 1-1 essentially after that first wicket. They've dragged themselves back into the game of Italy so far. And again, back on that sort of corridor of uncertainty that I like to call it, just outside top of off. And Campopiano just sends this one back to the bowler. This is a really crucial three or four games or so for all teams. Back of a length this time. This is back to mid-off. Justin Broad, of course, his namesake. He's got a good few namesakes in the world of cricket, is Broad. Time driven straight to the man at mid-wicket. Good stop in the mid-wicket region from Muslim Ashraf. So Grant just being starved of the strike a little bit here. It's not exactly what he would have been wanting. But you have to feel for that man Dylan Blichenau, don't you, after going for an expensive first over, then gets an opportunity to almost redeem himself, if anything. It just burst through his hands. It just came at him a little bit quicker than I think he imagined. Probably not easy from where he was as well, picking out of this white picket fence, of course, that surrounds us here at Desert Springs. Just a break in play, just a change in the field. Of course, the final delivery of the power play. So, Campopiano, and he tried to keep the strike. direct hit would have been close, but I think he made his ground, and it's a single to end the over. Good tidy over from Justin Broad, just 4 off it. And at the end of the power play after 6, Italy 45 for 1. So do go ahead and get involved in that live chat if you are watching on YouTube. Of course, good afternoon to those watching in India on fan code. Hope you're all well. I hope you're enjoying plenty of cricket here on the European Cricket Network. Even though we are in November, it's a lovely 25 degrees at the moment. We take a look at the power play, and that over, that 4th and 5th over, going for 15 and 16 respectively. Just looking as if it's, we probably tend to say that would be an Italian power play, really, going at 7.5 on this ground here in Desert Springs. Of course, I remember back to the tri-series that was here at the start of the season between Norway, Guernsey and Spain. You know, you were averaging just around 100, 110 for a par score. I think that was, of course, due to the likes, you know, for example, the boundaries were a lot longer, especially square. It looks like from the picket fence to where the white rope is now, there is a substantial amount of space, probably about, that's just under 10 meters or so. Good morning to Ricardo, hope you're well. Of course, just myself on comms. We'll be trying to get a couple of guest commentators on. There's a couple in the works. I'm just doing, some are some hard negotiators, shall we say. There's a few that drive a hard bargain, so we'll see how we get on. Here, a bit of left arm spin, as it's going to be Majid Masharaf. The chase is on, but it's excellent bit of work from Klein. Keeps it to just the 2. Of course, it's the end of the power play, so fielding restrictions now. You can have 5 out, of course. Gone straight to 5 out. Correction, might be 4 out indeed. It is. Interesting start from Ashraf. This one right on the money, and I think this is where you might want to be bowling your spinners from. And I'm thinking to the likes of Spain. Of course, they're a pretty spin-heavy attack with the likes of Charlie Ramistrovic and Yasir Ali and Ron Burns, of course. Advances down the track, gets this one, pushes a little bit wider. Good start from Ashraf here. Of course, Ashraf we've seen play for MSC Frankfurt as well in T10 competitions. And this one, it's this one, Oranga's Campopiano. And it looks to be as well, of course, in T20, you can give yourself that little bit more time to just take a couple of deliveries or an over or 2 just to get your iron. And, you know, we've seen that's exactly what Grant Stewart's done. This one just carries on with the arm. It's a good stop in the end by Talal Khan. Of course, some sensational innings when I was in Krefeld a few months ago now. Of course, that many will refer to the summer of Charlie. Depends how you see it. Down the track again. This one darted in a little bit more from Ashraf, and it's a dot ball to end a very tidy over from the left arm off spinner. Just 2 off it. Just pegged Germany slightly back into the contest. Italy 47 for 1 after 7. Of course, there's a few conversation of a few different names. For example, Josh Trembath-Morrow, of course, who played for Spain earlier in the season. Liam just saying possibly all back in Oz for the summer, of course. Got the World Cup going on at the moment. Always keeping an eagle eye on that one. Interesting weather. We should be playing it out here. The weather at the moment, it is beautiful out here today. Bit of a breeze, sort of left to right across your screens as you're viewing it now. Beautiful to see. Such a beautiful ground here in Desert Springs, just Coras de Almanzora. Grant Stewart's just been starved at the strike ever so slightly the last over or 2. He's currently 40 off of 23. Really has accelerated in the last 2 or 3 overs or so. Justin Broad continuing here. This is just clipped off the leg into that onside for a single. Interesting start. Again, a couple of field changes as deep mid-wicket comes into a bog standard mid-wicket. Obviously got a man at long on and then a mid-off. And a man at deep point, deep square leg. Justin Broad though, continuing again, this time clipped into the leg side by Campopiano, pushing hard, looking for try and come back for the second, but of course don't really want to take on many of the arms here this week. I'm sure we will see some high standard fielding, especially on an outfield as this. You're not going to get many Tortugas, that's for sure. Stewart back on strike, 41 off of 24 at the moment. Campopiano just playing a bit of the reserve role at the moment. You won't mind that though. Slower delivery from Broad, just unable to pick this one. And I think that's going to be the move, isn't it? I think that, for example, Charlie Ramishrich could really be key from this end with his left arm off these. A bit of leg spin as well, Lord Burns, but of course, no surprise to see that Corey Rutgers has gone for that spin-heavy attack. There's a half of an appeal from a couple of the German squad. For me, it looks as if it was going to be a little bit too high for my liking. Interesting as well, obviously that heat, it is a little bit hot out here today. It's not chilly, that's for sure, 24 degrees, so rotation bowl is going to be key. Very rare you'll be seeing many of them with 4 over spells, so I think what I'm seeing at the moment is Richardson, the skipper for Germany's going for that 2 over spells. This one again, bit of an inside edge onto the pad, and it will come through. I must have been wrong, no inside edge, just off the pad, just as a leg bite. It looks as if Walter Bear at the far side of the ground is getting a little bit loose. Obviously, I'm sure he'll have opinions on where he'd have his field as the skipper for Germany in the ECC, and what a tournament that was. We'll get plenty of moments to reflect on that over the next few days. Shorter again, Campopiano unable to really find the gaps. He's just struggling a little bit, and you can see signs and elements of frustration there, as it's a dot ball to end the 8th, and after 8 overs, Italy 50 for 1. I'm enjoying interesting conversations going on in the chat at the moment. But that's the story so far. Dinek Samawikrama going for just 1 off 7, wasn't able to get going and looked to try and take on the spin of Russell Amadi after what was a tidy first over. He ended up just clipping it to mid-off more than anything. But then it's brought Campopiano in to play the backup role to Grant Stewart at the moment. He's really taking the game by the scruff of the neck, really. 41 off 27. He's just having a couple of overs of, I think, of a rebuilding situation, just ensuring they don't lose too many wickets in quick succession. But it's mostly been due to tidy bowling as well, as Ashraf continues here. It's just another single. Kiani saying if ECB helped build up Desert Springs, it could use it as a home-away ground. I know that the England test team have been here before, going back a few years now. I'll have to check my history books, but I know that before an Ashes tournament they were here at, well, I remember being a little bit younger and being quite excited that they were only up the road. This one, well, could be an opportunity. A direct hit would have been very, very close. Direct hit, we take a look here, it would have been very, very close there. Much to the annoyance of Shakur Rahimzai. Again, this time evades the diving Rahimzai. And he will come back for a comfortable second. Not nice to see. It looks like Rahimzai might have done himself a bit of damage here. He's just holding that shoulder that he landed on. I think he's okay. This might just be a little bit of a tweak to the shoulder. Well, this is Fuller down the ground. Justin Broad is going to come in. Just wasn't able to get there. He almost gets it all wrong. Completely loses it in his hands. He was lucky that it stays in the field of play, so it will just be another 2 to the total. Campopiano unable to get that full toss away. There's a lot of chat about the Italian talent that's available to them. course, under the leadership of Gareth Berg. I know Kevin O'Brien is involved as well. He's not here this weekend, but he's been very much involved in the selection. Again, tidy stuff this time. Dylan Blichnout. He's obviously trying to come back from what was not the brightest of starts to this game for himself. But again, it just seems to be that this is really where you want to be playing your spinners from. This end. Good amount of turn there as well, and bounce as well, making it much difficulter. Just the variety of difficulty for Campopiano. It's just another single to the end of the over. And once again, Italy just being kept a little bit more quiet in the last couple of overs. 56 for 1 after 9. So this is the story so far for all the bowlers, of course. Dylan Blichnout just 16 off of his single over. No surprise to see that he was brought off after that. But it does seem that it's going to be 2 over spells for most bowlers. And I think I was right. It is going to be Volta Bear. He's going to be coming on from that far end. So 2 T20s a day for the next 3 days. So plenty of cricket coming up as well. And I know, obviously, weather's always an issue this time of year. Malta, I know they're battling off some interesting conditions, but Volta Bear into the attack now. Starts with a shorter delivery, and he is going to get punished. It evades the diving. Dieter Klein isn't able to get a hand on this one, and it's going to be a welcome boundary to Campopiano. That's Campopiano's first boundary in the innings. Moves on to 14 off of 20, striking at a mere 70 odd. Kiani's putting a shout out there. He reckons these teams will give the likes of Ireland, Scotland and Netherlands a fight. This time into the offside again. Campopiano will try and come back for the second, and we'll do pretty comfortably in the end. So looking a little bit more comfortable out there is Marcus Campopiano at the moment. Just took a few moments to get themselves underway. But again, Volta Bear just correcting himself after that first delivery. Again, Fuller, this time just pushed down the ground by Campopiano. Gets Grant Stewart back on strike, who's very much been starved of the strike in the last 3 overs or so. Managed to race along to get into the 40s, but ever since then, only faced a handful of deliveries. I think the likes of Italy and Germany and Spain are a testament to what's been going on in cricket in Europe recently. Again, slower delivery from Volta Bear. Grant Stewart unable to pick this one once again. But it just goes to show that, with hard work and dedication, that cricket can really excel, especially when you're playing, we're playing out here in south of Spain on the 4th of November. I'm sat here in shorts and t-shirt. I would have bitten your arm off if you would have told me that earlier in the year. This time, short again. This time there's protection out there. Deep mid-wicket comes around. Yet again, another single to the total. But once more, it'd be this day is really going to be a day that's going to give us an idea on what really is a par total more than anything. What do you reckon, par? This one into the leg side. They're trying to push for the second. Ends up turning away. Yeah, I think a call for par. I think if we're taking everything into consideration, it's a large ground. Boundaries are quite large. Obviously the turf pitch as well. I think anywhere in the 130, 140 region, I think most will be quite happy. But at the halfway mark after 10, 65 for 1 for Italy. They'll be quite happy with that. They know that they can really push on now for the next 10 overs. They've got 9 wickets in hand, so if anything, they could really go ahead and really approach this next 10 with some serious intent and try and get up to that 130, 140. I think scoreboard pressure is a real element here today. Of course, Germany with some serious talent, but they're going to need to be on fire this weekend. Gets the reverse sweep out, trying to get inventive. Won't mind that, will the Italian coach. He knows he's slowly getting his iron. 18 off of 24 now with that dot ball. So he won't mind him getting inventive. There's only the man on the 45 there. So if he gets it past him there, it's going to race away towards that beautiful picket fence. Tries to get inventive down the track. Hasn't got all of this. It's gone right up in the air. And it's taken comfortably in the end. Excellent catch by the man coming in from long off. Dieter Klein does the hard work. And it's another wicket. And Campopiano has to go for 18. And Italy now 65 for 2. And that one just getting a bit of purchase off the turf there was Ashraf. He's bowled well, hasn't he? You feel as if he deserved the wicket, really. He's kept it very quiet here in these middle overs so far. And Campopiano just wasn't able to get going. He had that one boundary to his name, with that 4 into the leg side, but apart from that, just been nurdling it around, just trying to pierce the gap, but wasn't quite able to do so. He has to make the long walk back to the pavilion. So now 65 for 2, of course, for Italy, and that's really promising for Germany, of course, being able to get that breakthrough right at the halfway stage, because these two were looking like they were getting a little bit comfortable out in the middle. And in the T20 format, if two players get in, you often see that they will be able to take the game away from you. As it looks like it's Anik Ahmed. He's going to be coming out at number 4. Joins Grant Stewart, who I'm sure will be starting to feel a little bit frustrated at the other end. Being put into opening those first few deliveries, and really punishing the bowlers early on in the innings. And he's now just sort of had to play second fiddle as he's watched his two partners before. So come to the attack of the Germans. Spin again. So both wickets falling to spin, of course. One for Amadi and one for Ashraf now. Ghani just saying and talking about the fact that having a mixture of overseas and home talent really does help the development. It certainly does. Ashraf continuing here as Ahmed getting on that front foot early on through his first delivery. He's still got 9.3 overs now still remaining in this innings, so he's got plenty of time. Just needs to rotate the strike and get Grant Stewart back on strike. Well, he's not going to do so, because this is going to sneak under the bottom of the bat, and Ahmed is going to have to go for a 2-ball duck. He chops on, and Ashraf gets his second in the over, and Italy, they now fall to 65 for 3. And that one just looked as if he played all round it, really. Wasn't quite able to get that weight back onto the back foot quick enough. He just looked a little bit slow onto the delivery. It's another wicket yet again for the left-handed Muslim Ashraf. Again, left arm off spin from this end, from this close end here, is proving to be a little bit difficult for batsmen. They haven't really been able to dispatch him for many boundaries. Ashraf hasn't conceded a single boundary whatsoever in his 3.4 overs so far. No surprise to see him continuing after the trend of the 2-over spell. It brings another new batsman out to the middle now. That's Krishan Kanamagagi, who is joining Grant Stewart yet again, who has just been at the non-strikers end for what feels like an eternity now. 4 overs or so that he's very much faced almost a quarter of the deliveries, let's say. And continuing here, and this time again met with a full face of the bat, gets a big stride in, does Kaligamagi, and Ashraf just struggling to get through. Just looks like he's just got a bit of a niggle there, but I think he's okay. Needs to finish out this over strongly. It's been a tidy over so far, and he will so. And he'll finish with a dot ball. And an excellent over that is. It's a double wicket maiden yet again. Maidens are coming thick and fast here in Desert Springs, and at the end of the 11th, Italy are 65 for 3. There's not much turn coming from this end. Certainly more than what was at the far end. But I have to say that I feel that the bowling spin from this end seems to be the way. And if you're going off that last over, you'd certainly agree with a double wicket maiden. So Italy under a bit of pressure once again. They'll be looking to Grant Stewart to try and dig them out of a hole yet again here at the start of the second half of this game. As Voltaire continues. And they come through for the leg bye. It's going to be difficult out. It's not going to be easy in that sun all day. Obviously these two teams playing a double header here today, so two T20s. It's a lot of time out in the middle in the field. Voltaire continuing. Talakani's just moved down to a deep fine leg this time, leg side, looking to rotate. And well, they could have been an opportunity for a second after the misfield. Just a single. Apologies if one of our cameras has gone down, so we're a camera down here. Still providing the coverage though. Grant Stewart 43 off of just 31. This time just a single into the offside. This is going to be an interesting couple of overs now for Stewart, because he'll have that half century in his mind, of course, but he knows that if he was to go, then Italy could be in a world of trouble. He just needs to ensure that he remains at the middle. Just prevent the wheels from falling completely off here. And I know there's a lot of excitement around this tournament. All three teams with plenty of talent. Kaligamagi, full face of the bat yet again. Again, T20 is such a different game compared to T10. Completely different in so many different aspects. Flicked off the legs this time. Good use of the wrist from Kaligamagi. He's able to keep it to just a single. I have to say that the running between the wickets has been good. They've been trying to push that first one as hard as possible, but the fielding has been up to the match. Dieter Klein has been almost everywhere. The ball's been following it yet again into the leg side. It'll be Klein once again. It'll be another single. He's a bit of a ball magnet at the moment. Took an excellent catch out in the deep earlier on. And it's a single to end the over. So 70 for 3 after 12. With Grant Stewart still at the crease. He's on to 45 now. Just one hit away. There's going to be a change from this near end. It's not going to be Muslim Ashraf to continue. He'll be probably asking the question, saying, what more have I got to do to stay on after a double wicket maiden? And in fact, I think that question's been answered, because it looks as if he might come through and finish his spell. Richardson might be able to hear him, and he's gone, yeah, do you know what? After a double wicket maiden, have your last over. Here's going to be Ashraf. He's going to bowl the end of his spell here. Mazarami saying that the view and weather looks beautiful. It is excellent out here today. It's a beautiful venue to host international cricket all year round, of course. Desert Springs is pretty busy at the moment. There's not only has we got this tournament here, they've got a golf DP World Tour qualifier golf tournament as well at the moment, and they've also got the Women's International Tri-Series. It might be more than a Tri-Series, in fact, next week as well. Well, they were going to keep Muslim Ashraf on, but he's not going to get that final over. In fact, it will eventually be Russell Ahmadi to come into his third over from the spinner's end. From what we're seeing, this might have to be the designated spinner's end, with that far end looking a little bit harder, a little bit easier to grip, get a bit of bounce and turn. good start here into the third over for Amadi. Of course, had that his first over went for a wicket maiden, but he got a bit of punishment in the second from Grant Stewart. And well, Grant Stewart's looking to go again as he comes down the track, and he gets enough of this one, and it's all the way. And what a way to bring up your half century. Excellent batting from Grant Stewart, acknowledges the applause from his teammates, and what an excellent half century that is. He's kept Italy in this game early on. You can just see there, gets a lot of it, and he took a like to Ramadi early on. Looks as if he's going to do so now, but an excellent half century, 51 off just 35 deliveries. Needs to start again and really push on now. And well, looks like they're just playing, but just Amadi and Stewart playing at the moment. Just fends this one back, gives the bowler the ball back himself. Again, an excellent innings so far. He'll be looking to really push on now, and many Italian fans will hope he does so as well. Cut powerfully into the offside, but straight to Zahir Nakash. See Vinny Sandu, he's lurking. Vinny's lurking at the moment. Of course, he's out in Malta with Rico, of course, and they make the trip to Barcelona on Monday. This is short and just clipped into the air, and it's a comfortable catch in the end for Joshua Van Heerden. And yet again, it's Grant Stewart that just has to watch on from the non-strikers end as Kaligamagi just trying to clip this into the leg side, got nothing of it. It's a pretty comfortable catch for Van Heerden over his shoulder. It's the 4th wicket to fall. Italy now 77 for 4. So, Grant Stewart, he's certainly going to be feeling a little bit frustrated at that far, and he's just not had partner to dig in. Campapiano really tried to stay there with him, but he wasn't able to keep above that 100 strike rate that you really are sort of expected to be at a minimum in T20 format, especially at this level. Leandro just saying ciao to Vinny, of course. Just saying a big thank you to all the guys at ECM who provide us with a free quality cricket streaming for us European nations. It's an absolute pleasure to be out here this weekend covering the cricket. That's the view. That's literally the view I've got. That's what I'm seeing. That's where I'm sat, just next to that camera. It's a beautiful, beautiful location to play cricket. Been lucky of the 13th. Italy 77 for 4. Average runs at this location, this ground it's not a high scoring ground, but I think it's considerably large outfield for sure, and the square hits aren't small, so to clear them like Grant Stewart has done so early on in his innings does take some serious hitting. That's exactly what Stewart's been doing so here. Looks like it's going to be Justin Broad coming on here. Back of a length, and Stewart just turns this round the corner. Talal Khan will do the dirty work, collect it for just a single. As it brings the skipper, Gianpiero Mead, out to the middle. To join Grant Stewart, 52 off 37. Has certainly been a shining start for Italy early on here. Piero Mead is the skipper, of course, for Italy here this weekend. Good delivery from Broad. Just outside that the outside edge of Mead. Continuing here is Broad. Fuller, and he's got him. And Mead has to go for a duck. And Broad gets his first wicket of the match. It was full, it was straight. And Mead wasn't able to get anything on it, clatters into the pad, and he gets another wicket to fall. It's 5 down now. Italy 78 for 5 with Mead gone for just none. It was a pretty confident appeal, wasn't it, from Justin Broad? I think he knew pretty much straight away, as did Michael Richardson behind the stumps. He went up in unison. And this one was full and straight, hitting all three, as per the umpire. And Italy, they're just struggling to find someone just to stay out there with Grant Stewart at the moment. Grant Stewart came in, you know, he opened the batting for Italy, and he's just watched partner after partner fall. Got 5 different partners now, all of which have mostly failed. Obviously Marcus Campopiano, 18 off 25, striking at 72 is it's not what we've come to expect normally from T20 cricket. However, it's what he had to do just to ensure that, just to keep the damage down to a minimum. But however, it's almost looking like it might be a little bit too much. Gurpreet Singh is the new batsman. Just sends this one back to the bowler. Excellent spell this from Broad. Of course, Gurpreet Singh we've seen play many a time before for Trentino Aquila. This is short, finds a splice of the bat, they come through, and it's eventually a pretty comfortable single. Gurpreet Singh was pretty confident in his ability to get down to the other end. Grant Stewart was getting those legs going. Mozza just asking a question, where does Grant Stewart play his cricket? Or first class wise? Kiani's too quick. Kiani's quicker than me. Kiani Rich deleting his comment as well. Yeah, so Grant Stewart is signed to Kent. This time leg side, hits this well, finds the middle once again. And a single to bring us to the end of the 14th over. Brings the total up to 80 for 5 after 14. So yes, Sakani confirming. He's signed to Kent, but he spent last season loaned out to Sussex. Played down in the south of England. In Brighton, of course. And well, Muslim Ashraf is finally going to get that final over that he's been asking for. And Grant Stewart, of course, is mostly used as more of a bowler for Kent and in his time playing there. But he's proven that he's more than capable with bat in hand. Of course, he has to be playing at that high level, especially here. And he's got him. And it's that man once again. Muslim Ashraf, back of a length, just carrying on with the angle with the arm of Ashraf, and he gets the very important wicket. Grant Stewart has to go for a very well made 54, but unfortunately it's the wicket that Italy just didn't want to lose, but he has to go. 80 for 6 on the board now. Excellent bit of bowling from Ashraf, who's just been superb with ball in hand, hasn't he? It's his 3rd wicket for just 8 runs. Take a look at this one here. Back of a length, it just rocked back and he just got it wrong really. Clattered into the off stump there. So once again, the breakthrough at the right time for Germany. And Grant Stewart walks his way off to a round of applause from everyone in the dugout. There's obviously some discussion about Stewart in the chat. Of course, will say that the chat jinxed him, is what we'll say. It wasn't the commentator, it wasn't me this time. New batsman, Sadev. Left-handed batsman coming in at number 8 now. So we're going to see left arm coming up against the left arm spin. Should be an interesting competition between these two here. Well, Moses seems to think that it was a commentator's curse. I'm gonna beg to differ. I don't think it was me. I don't think that was me. I don't think that was my doing. I think that was more the chat's doing. I think we'll blame Keanu for that one. That sounds about right to me. That was a false start there. Don't think the field was quite set. It's obviously changed due to the left-hander. Now is Sadev going to try and tee off here? Wow. Try to turn this round the corner. There's an appeal for LB, but I think really wasn't quite doing enough. Ashraf, what an excellent spell of bowling this has been so far. Potentially a match-winning spell. Only time will tell. And this one is short. And he gets lucky. As you feel, if there was anyone else there, if Grant Shute was still in, he was given that sort of delivery, that could have been dispatched, but the new batsman unable to pick that one. This time it's Fuller, yet again, just clipped into the leg side. Excellent fielding though from Shakur Rahimzai. Gets down early, makes the commitment, body on the line stuff. And it's another single, and at the moment, singles might not be enough really for Italy, with just 5.2 overs remaining. Two deliveries left in the spell for Ashraf. Just 9 off of his spell so far. Still just 9. Only the 9 off of his spell. So over a single delivery left here in the 15th. And it'll be another dot ball. And it will bring us to the end of the 15th over. 81 for 6 on the board. But it's also an end to an excellent spell of bowling from Muslim Ashraf. He finishes with figures of just 3 for 9 off of his 4 overs. But this is what we've got coming up here in Spain over the next 3 days. We've got 2 matches, of course, today, Germany, Italy, and then we see Spain. They'll be making their debut in the tournament with matches 3 and 4 tomorrow, taking up against 2 strong teams in Italy and Germany. And then, well, Spain, they're going to be pretty tired, sore legs on Monday, because they've got 4 games on the bounce of T20 cricket. That's never easy, so it's going to be a contest and a push for the Spanish. I'm sure they'll be up for the task. There's some serious ICC ranking points on the line for all 3 teams here this weekend. There's a lot of Spanish fans are excited about this. I know that for a fact. I know Rico, of course, will be keeping a close eye on this one as well. Some very familiar names in that lineup. As well, there's a mix-up here. And he's going to be gone. Well, Sadev just clipped it really into the leg side to the man at mid-wicket. It was straight to him. Went to take on the arm, and there's a bit of yes, no, maybe in the middle. They sort of met in the middle, and it was just too late, really. And it is going to be, I could argue, Sadev who has to go. But excellent work out in the field, and it's another wicket, now 81 for 7. And they're really looking like this could be a major collapse here for the Italians. This is just the questions that we wanted answering, didn't we? Did Italy have it in them to just support their in-batsmen? And really the answer that we have is no at the moment, because they're now falling to 81 for 7 after that run out. That will remove the left-handed batsman, so it'll make life a little bit easier for Rasul Ahmadi, who's into his final over. Obviously got 2 for 22 off of his spell thus far. Going well here at Germany, and then they'll be very content. They've had a pretty productive last couple of years in international cricket, and this is just the tip of the iceberg, really. This one just gets stuck in 2 minds, really. You could see that from where I was sat, from Gurpreet Singh. You could just see he was in 2 minds as to whether to come down the track and take the attack. The options there, they're inviting him to try and take him over the top. Mid-off correction is up, so they're asking the question. This time, leg side, doesn't quite get all of it, straight to Klein. And yet again, it's just another single. And apart from Grant Stewart hitting 4 4s and 4 6s, there hasn't really been much to talk about for the Italian batsman. Just Campopiano getting the other boundary, but apart from that, it's just not come off for them. No one else getting more than 10, apart from Stewart and Campopiano. Highest score after that is 2 at the moment. So Damit Kasala comes in, the left-handed batsman. This is just sort of plays this with soft hands, just has a little bit of a sighter, but you feel that at the moment they're going to have to try and go, because you feel that 82 on the board isn't going to be enough. Need to at least get to 100 and try and make a game of it here. Yet again, this is just tidy bowling though from Germany. They've not made it easy for Italy at the moment. Just keeping in that top of off line, in that line of corridor of uncertainty, just has not been easy. And they've really, when they've been on top, they've made sure they stay there, and they've really put the squeeze on. This one just sneaking under the bat yet again. Just whiskers wide of the off stump, ends the over. And again, another promising over if you're a spinner, because it's just one off it with that run out at the start. And at the end of the 16th, Italy 82 for 7. So if you look at the combined spells of the 2 spinners here for Germany, with Rasul Ahmadi and Muslim Ashraf, they've gone off of 8 overs. They've got 5 wickets for just 32 runs. Just goes to show that moment, and it's not really a surprise to anyone that knows Desert Springs as a ground in international cricket. It really is mostly a spinner's wicket, and that's what we've seen. Any pace tends to be given a bit of punishment, really. It's going to be the opening bowler, Dieter Klein. He's going to be back into the attack here to finish off his spell. He'll be taking the 17th and the 19th, so left arm pace back into the attack now. I think this is being the game plan really from Germany. Let the spinners do the hard graft and then allow the seam attack to really come through and just finish the game off. That's what the plan will be. This time into the offside. And well, they come back for the second. It's eventually collected in the end by Sahir Nakash. So 2 more to the total. And they'll take anything at this point, will Italy, you have to feel. You can't count Italy out though, this is the thing. It's obviously not been the greatest of starts for the Italian squad. However, as the weekend goes along and we get further and further in towards that final day, you just never know. This is seriously quick, but it's been punished as well. Shorter delivery, and it is going to be stopped, I think, out on the boundary. I think that's Justin Broad who's done excellent work out there. Looks as if he's kept that in the field of play. Might have just tweaked a hamstring or something a little bit, but he's prevented it from going for another boundary, so just another 2 to the total. But again, serious pace here from Dieter Klein. Short again, this time early on the shorter delivery. Doesn't quite find the middle, and it will be another single. So again, just a slight apologies for a lack of the ball following camera. We are just having a little bit of a technical jitters, always the case on a first morning at a new location. But the crew here doing an excellent job at the moment. Just trying to fix things for us, but we should be back and up and running as soon as possible, and hopefully by the start of the German innings, of course. Got some exciting batsmen in their lineup. They really could do their net run rate a wealth of good in this tournament. And this one again, some serious pace here from Klein, it has to be said. Real slingy action, as we tend to see with a lot of left armers. Kusala yet to get off the mark. Pressure building, frustration also. Goes for the wild swing, misses out here again, and it's another dot ball. It's a really tidy bit of bowling this is from Dieter Klein. Bowling the death is never easy at any level. It's a skill that requires a lot of patience and a lot of hard work. And this one finds a bit of a bottom edge. Flies through to the keeper, Richardson. And it'll be another dot ball to finish. So just 5 off the over. And at the end of the 17th, it is 87 for 7. And you take a look at where Italy were after 10 overs. Sat at 65 for 1. And losing the next 20. Correction, next 22 runs for 6 wickets. It's not what would have been in the plans when the Italians woke up this morning. As I say, cricket's an interesting game. It can all change within a matter of seconds. You all right? Yeah, not bad. Yeah, should be all right. And once again, it's as if it's going to be Volta-Bear. It's a fan favourite of many on the European Cricket Network. Go ahead and get involved in that live chat. You know, there's only myself on commentary here in Desert Springs, so it's always nice to have a bit of a conversation so I don't drive myself insane. Go ahead and get involved on the live chat if you can. Of course, I know there'll be a lot of viewers that'll be very excited for Spain. I know Spain have built up a pretty large fan base over the few years that they've been on our screens. Volta-Bear continuing here, and this time shorter delivery into the leg side. I do apologise for the single camera that we have at the moment, so I'll do my best to describe what's going on. So that one just pushed into that leg side, collected by Zahir Nakash. And Volta-Bear just a single off that first ball, brings the left-handed Kusala back on strike. He is still yet to get off the mark. He's faced an entire over now, 6 deliveries, 88 on the board now. And he's looked to gone on the attack, and this is going to be an interesting catch. And it is taken. It was right in the sun, and he's already saying, well, there's not really much I could have done there, but he did excellently well. Looks like that's Dieter Klein. Takes a second excellent grab of the innings, and he removes Kusala. He goes for a 7-ball duck, and the score is now 88 for 8. That was a good catch in the end. You might have just been able to catch that on your screen. Again, we do apologise for the lack of following camera and certain views as well. That was it's an excellent catch. Had some serious hang time. It was right into the sun, nearing towards midday. That sun's getting up to its highest point, so anything that goes sky high, you're going to be asking some few questions. But Klein was equal to it, holds on to the catch. It's now 88 for 8. Keanu just saying, how's university study been going, Charlie? It's been very, very well, thank you, Keanu. Been enjoying myself back in Wembley, of course, with all the celebrities. No, it's been good. It's been really nice to get back into the flow of things. Been keeping up to date with some of the cricket. I was involved in the ECC in a different manner than usual. I was keeping an eye on things, making sure everything was going well. But no, it's been excellent. But it's always nice to come away and do a bit of commentary. Never say no. What a place to be doing it here at Desert Springs. Hassan Ali is the new batsman. And they take on the single. And it was almost safe, really. Voltaire would have done very well to come round and collect that with the right hand and throw it in. But it's a single to the total. It brings Singh back on strike. He's 8 off of 10. And he's just thinking to himself, what have I got to do here? What's the play? Do I just nerdle and just try and get runs on the board, or do I just swing from the hip and see if something comes off? Well, he's gone into the leg side, and he's got enough on this one, because this is going to sail over the boundary, and it's into the dugout. It's going to be 6 more, and that certainly will help proceedings for the Italian squad, as Singh pounces on a shorter delivery, and he moves into double figures. So that maximum, of course, bring them into the 90s. 95 on the board now. He's gone again, this time leg side. Possibly might just take the single here. Justin Broad does the work, keeps it to a single. Singh moves on to 15. And Ali, I think Singh is just going to be saying, look, you stay there, mate. I'm not going to be doing much here. See if he takes the single. I'll be surprised to see if he does. Right, so right off the cue end of the bat, and they will take the second. Singh is wanting the second, the second, however. Oh dear, well hang on a minute. Well, it's all gone wrong, because Singh seems as if he's had a complete lapse of concentration, and it looks as if he's been run out there. So he's got this completely wrong. They came back for the single. The second wasn't on. He just found himself out of his crease. He has to make the walk back there, and that really is not what the Italians would have needed there. So it gets this one completely wrong, doesn't he? You can see here, he just gets sort of stuck. He's complaining, and that's really poor. That's not what you want to be seeing there. He's complaining about not coming back for the second. He doesn't make his ground, and he just gets it completely wrong. And credit to Richardson there to having the vision to see that was coming up there, but you'd have to say that for a man who's just hit a lovely 6, and you know, he's sort of the last answer really for Italy, to get out in such a cheap fashion, it will not be a happy camp in the dugout at the moment. I can imagine there'll be some questions asked, but he has to go nonetheless. He's run out for 15. And it's the 9th wicket to fall. Italy 90. They'll be 97 for 9 after 18 overs. No surprises. The score has to update, because they probably assumed that would have been just the single, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he has to go. So 19th over now. It is going to be Dieter Klein. Going to be Hassan Ali is going to be facing here. So number 10 or 11 are in. They've got to be facing some very, very dangerous bowling. And it is a shorter delivery first up. Hassan Ali is not a short man. And that one right above the shoulders. And I'm looking to my left now. I can see there's hands in the head in the hands from Gurpreet Singh. No surprise, he'll be questioning even himself really as to what's just happened. He'll be wanting to watch the replay again and again just to see what he did. Just was a lapse in just pure concentration. Hassan Ali trying to swing, trying to just get anything on it now. Dieter Klein just proving that his pace is probably a little bit too much for the back end of the batsman here for Italy. Right off the splice of the bat, and then come through for a single. We'll bring Anmaldeep Singh. He is the batsman who's out there at the moment. Again, apologies for the lack of on-screen graphics. It's now 98 for 9. 98 for 9 here, with number 11 facing very dangerous Dieter Klein, who'll be looking for another international wicket here now. It looks like it was a bit of a slower delivery. And Amaldeep Singh just almost lets it go more than anything. So yet again, Italy under a lot of pressure here. And when you have your in-batsman Gurpreet Singh get out in that fashion, there's not much you can do. And it's a wild swing from Singh. Dieter Klein just questions as to how that's missed the stumps. But a very good morning to Edith. I hope you're well. Nice to see you joining us. Always good to hear from you. It's always the unique fashion of the European Cricket Network is the direct line of communication. It's always good. This is shorter, and he's somehow managed to get a bit of bat on this one, and there's a bit of confusion as to whether or not they're going to take on the single. They do eventually come through for one. So that will be 99 for 9 after 19 overs. So they will get into that. That 100 mark, as long as, even if they lose a wicket in that first ball with no extra run on the board, it will be 100 as a target. So they will be a little bit disappointed, will be Italy, after the start they had, especially due to Grant Stewart getting off to such an electric way, in such an electric fashion. But they just haven't been able to find that next gear in terms of finding someone to come in after him and keep things going. It did look as if Gurpreet Singh was going to be that man with a lovely boundary, lovely maximum into the leg side. However, complete crazy moment as he just completely lost all form of concentration. Has to go. But anyway, final over here. It's Bob to bat. Well, they take the single on. A direct hit would have been gone at the non-striker's end. Excellent work off his own bowling from the Bear. Yet again, there's a change in field. This third man comes up to a short third man, and both go back straight. So long off and long on, and then a deep mid wicket and deep square, and a deep point as well. There's only one thing that Hassan Ali was going to do, and this was going to be swing from the hip, and that's exactly what he's done, and he's going to get rewarded. It's going to be a nice boundary to the total. That will bring up the 100 for Italy, and it will be 105 off the board. It's a lovely swing from the hip there from Hassan Ali. It really was a slot delivery from Voltaire. So that's now 105 for 9 here in the last over. Again, apologies for no on-screen graphics. Just a few technical difficulties. The crew trying our best to get it sorted as soon as possible. Yet again, going for the big swing into the onside. Gets nothing of it. Bit of a 9-iron really. And it's just another single brings Amaldeep Singh on strike. Hassan Ali, no surprise that he was going to swing really, wasn't he? And they now meet in the middle to have a conversation. And I'd imagine it's just going to be run for your life. They've got Italy up to that 100 mark, so they'll feel as if they've managed to sort of rebuild in a sense, but again, arguably probably 30 or 40 runs short. But only time will tell, but it wants no surprise that spin really being a crucial factor. Tries to get the scoop out, and then tries to, well, Hassan Ali was trying to get the single, but Singh was on the floor saying, well, I'm not getting up in time, so I don't know where you're going. It's a dot ball. Dot ball are crucial here for Germany. Jiven finds the man at cover on the half. Dear, well, there's yes, no, maybe. I think there just was a complete lack of communication yet again. Running really has been an issue for Italy. Not being able to get a clear communication out in the middle. Both met at the at the halfway point, right in the middle, and just sort of asked the question. They sort of just went, actually, do you know what? No, we're just going to go back to where we came from. So, one final delivery here. And he's chipped it up in the air. Should be gone, and does so. Excellent catch by Joshua Van Heerden yet again, over his shoulder. Did well to watch that all the way. But Italy will finish on 107 all out, as Walter Bear takes 2 with him. Excellent bit of bowling from him there. Yet again, Germany just proving to be a little bit too much for Italy there. Only one batsman getting going for Italy was Grant Stewart, going for 54 off of 40. 4 fours and 4 sixes, striking at 135, and on this ground certainly is not easy. And there's no surprise to see that he makes that Italy make their way off, and they'll be a little bit concerned with how that's gone. However, they know they are capable of better things, and they'll be sure they're going to be coming back out. There's still a game on here. Cricket is a crazy, wonderful match. I'm sure that's going to be something that we're going to see here. 108 required victory here for Germany. And that will be starting in around about 15 minutes or so, as the Germans make their way off to the dugout. They'll be pretty happy with how they've got on. I think they know that there was a few moments where they were a little bit behind, but they were able to drag themselves back, especially after what would have been a very quick start. We can take a look at the highlights here, and you can just see there were some early signs really of questionable running from the Italians, but it was really due to the spin of Ashraf alongside Russell Ahmadi. Grant Stewart was just really able to take things away with some nice shots into both offside and onside. 360-degree hitting really. Once again, it was just only Grant Stewart that was able to get things going, with 4 fours and 4 sixes to his name. And then apart from that, only the likes of Marcus Campopiano and Gurpreet Singh were able to get into double figures alongside Hassan Ali towards the end, as he was really the only one that could try and get things going. But it was really down to spin, wasn't it? Muslim Ashraf 3 for 9 off of his 4 alongside Russell Ahmadi, 2 for 23 off his 4. So spinners finishing with a combined spell off of 8 overs, with 5 wickets to name and only 32 runs. They'll be pretty happy. But Grant Stewart eventually did have to go. It was due to the bowling of Muslim Ashraf, and that was really the turning point in the game, as after that it was just wickets, wasn't it? As that was an early shout against the left-hander, just deemed to be going down the leg side. And there were run-outs, and this was a moment of craziness, wasn't it? As Gurpreet Singh just got it all wrong, didn't he? And was complaining about not coming back for the second. However, he ended up running himself out. So don't go anywhere. We will be back in around about 12 minutes or so as we leave you with the scorecards. You're watching the Grizzly Bear T20 International Series here at Desert Springs on the European Cricket Network with myself, Charlie Hunt. Don't go anywhere. Good morning and welcome back to sunny Desert Springs here in the south of Spain for the response in the second game, or the first game I should say, the second innings between Germany and Italy. Italy have set Germany 108 for victory here in match number 1 of the Grizzly Bear Tri-Series here this weekend. Plenty of matches coming away. 3 teams involved: Germany, Italy and Spain. Spain we won't see until tomorrow. These 2 teams will battle it out once again in this afternoon's fixture. But you join me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network for the response, as it is going to be the opening partnership of Justin Broad alongside Talal Khan. Talal Khan has got an international half-century to his name already this year with a 58 against Sweden earlier on. We're ready to get things underway. And it is going to be Broad facing up here for Germany. This is met with a full face of the bat, and he's timed it pretty well, but it's a good dive for the man at mid-on, and it's off the mark straight away with a single. Brings Talal Khan, the left-handed Talal Khan, on strike. Hassan Ali is the opener for Italy, opening the bowling here. Of course, Italy being led by Mead, and it wouldn't surprise me if we do see Grant Stewart with the ball. Of course, he's done half a job that he has been asked to do. He's done the job with opening the batting with 50, with a half-century to his name, of course. Now, again, it's a mixture. This Italian squad. There's a lot of youth in there. A lot of players that have come through the system recently would have represented Italy at under-19 level. So it's a real mixture of youth and experience, with some big names in here as well. Hassan Ali continuing. Left-hander against left-handed Talal Khan. Goes for the big booming drive. Doesn't connect on this one. And a very warm welcome to everybody tuning in around the world, whether it be on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel or on fan code in India and the subcontinent. I hope you're all well, and I hope you fasten your seatbelts, because it could be an interesting chase here. It's not simple here at Desert Springs. We know that runs aren't easy to come by. Seen that early on this morning. Confidently driven straight to Dinek Samarawikrama, the man in the covers here for Italy. It's not easy, especially because you've got, I think there's a handful. I'm not going to say an exact number, but there's a lot of wickets along the square here at Desert Springs. So being in the covers is not easy. Again, this time just a bit of a. Just held that one back a little bit more, did Hassan Ali. And again, we do apologise for the technical issues we had in that first innings, but we think and we hope that we're all back underway. Technology is never easy. Talal Khan, he's a very, very good batsman. This one coming off the pad, but umpire doesn't really have much interest whatsoever. Of course, there's not really much more that the coaches for Italy can do now. You take a look at this one, just clattering off the pads there. Very good morning to James, to KPH as well, to Keanu in there, Helix in there as well. Always good to see as well, and always good to see different spanners going on. I'll have a chat about that at some point. Talal Khan this time on the drive. Excellent fielding though from the man at mid-wicket. It's down one-handed. Good work there from Gurpreet Singh. And that will bring us to the end of a very tidy first over from Hassan Ali with just one off it. Germany 1 for none after 1. And so, with 1 on the board for Justin Broad, Talal Khan yet to get off the mark after 5 deliveries. There's an interesting element to this game. You just feel that it's not going to be as simple as some may expect for as some may expect for Germany here, as I feel that it could be an interesting chase, and no surprise from what I'm seeing early on here. It looks as if it's going to be a bit of spin. Looks like it's going to be Christian Galigamagi. Galigamagi is going to be coming into the attack here early on. Got a slip in place as well. Slip in place here for the Italians. Little leg spin to start. Broad early onto this one, tucks this one round the corner. just be a single. Good early start for Caligomaghi there. Again, I do feel that there could be a twist in the tail here. Not going to be as simple as the scoreboard would say. 108 as a target in T20 cricket, you wouldn't normally bat an eyelid at. However, here at Desert Springs, it's not as easy as 1, 2, 3. Italy, they'll be looking for a bit of an upset here. This time just shorter, back of a length. Just pushing it through a little bit is the leg spinner. I'm interested to see if he gets much grip, of course. The leg spin of Lorne Burns for Spain as well. There is a little bit of turn in this one, but this is going to be 1 bounce and 4 into the offside. It's a lovely shot from Talal Khan, just rocks back, gets enough on this one. And a little bit too short from Caligomaghi, and he gets punished 4 more. And again, a few changes there, as the man now does come in at deep mid-wicket, really. Man comes at square leg and is now deep mid-wicket. No surprise really, Talal Khan is a man who does like to target that area. This time on the sweep, straight to the man at square leg. That will certainly please the captain after that field change. There's Grant Stewart, who's he's probably purchased himself and earned that spot at first slip after a well-made half-century. Talal Khan this time into the offside, pierces the gap, and it's going to be another boundary. Pure class there from Talal Khan. Just an excellent bit of timing, proper cricket shot. That's all you need here. That's a beautiful shot nonetheless. It's another 4. Caligomaghi getting a little bit of treatment in his first over. I'd love to get some thoughts on people's favourites for this tournament, because it's such a mixed bag, isn't it? Talal Khan this time advances, and Justin Broad wants the single, and a direct hit, and you feel he would have been gone, but excellent fielding, and it's an interesting over, 10 off it, and at the end of the second over, Germany 11 for none. You see here, direct hit, almost would have been gone for sure. Of course, no use of the TV cameras for reviews for LRS or for DRS. Of course, the minimum for ICC tournaments for a review system is 8 cameras, of course, which we don't have here, so that's what we're lacking. Come in. Still going to be Hassan Ali, who's going to take the third over once again. And just gets through the man at mid-wicket, sorry, and it's going to go all the way. And it evades the diving Caligomaghi. He's just gone from bowling and over to chasing a delivery right to the boundary and isn't able to get there. And it's going to be a boundary yet again. This time Talal Khan just pushing this one into the onside. So Liam getting an early shout in saying Germany is his favourite. It's interesting, isn't it? This one, back of the leg, just clatters into the pads and they'll come through for that leg bye. So of course Italy are the highest ranked team out of the 3. They're sat in 29th at the moment, in between Malaysia and Kenya. And then we have Germany and Spain, who are almost neck and neck really. There's 4 ICC ranking points that splits them. Germany on 35 in the 35 position, 36 is Spain. So Spain and Germany have played before, and it was here at Desert Springs as well. So we'll be looking obviously different teams completely. Times Justin Broad confidently down the ground. Again, it's just his 3rd delivery that he's faced. Talal Khan facing most of the deliveries so far. And Liam getting an early shout in there for Germany. I think Italy, it's an interesting stage for the Italians, because it is a serious mix of of youth and experience with the likes of Grant Stewart and Capopiano, for example. But again, it's a promising time for Italian cricket and for European cricket in general. I think this tournament especially is pure. It's just pure example of how far European cricket's come. And Salah Khan flicks this into the leg side, and he's just got pure timing on that one. And it's going to be signalled as it's gone all the way, 6 runs. And Salah Khan, he's been in fine form all throughout this year, both domestically and internationally. And he's carrying on here with a lovely flick off the pad, 6 more. Excellent shot from Salah Khan, and Hassan Ali just drawing a little bit too straight onto the pads of Khan. As I mentioned, Khan does have an international half-century to his name thus far. This year against Sweden, of course. I was there for that. It was an interesting tournament for Salah Khan. He just wasn't able to get things going up until that point. Just seemed as if he was trying to go too hard too early. But he seems as if he's found the balance here. He's now 19 off of 13, already on to 23, our Germany. This time offside. Big chase on, but I think it's going to go all the way yet again, and it will. And it's back-to-back boundaries yet again. And Salah Khan, he is in some fine form early on in this tournament. He races into the 20s. It's another boundary for more. This time it's an elegant drive, isn't it? Hassan Ali just too full. Doesn't get a lot of lateral movement, if any, really. And he's just not really asking the right questions. Salah Khan is equal to it. He races along to 23 now. And yet again, the Italians are under a lot of pressure early on here. Time flicked off the pads again, overcompensating, goes too straight. Will only be a single, but it will keep Salah Khan on strike. And an eventful over for Hassan Ali, as it is going to finish with 17 off it, with 3 boundaries in that over. But again, just flicked off the pads nicely. He's timing it well with Salah Khan. At the end of the third, Germany 28 for none. A bit of chat about the World Cup going on at the moment, of course. Rain has affected that tournament, which is never nice to see. It's never what we want to see, but such is the case. And yeah, good to see that there's a few different spanners and some silver spanners going as well. Of course, there's a new system in place. If you want to show your support for what we do here at the European Cricket Network, the choice is there. It's not obligatory. Completely within your right to still watch for free. There is no need to send that in, but of course it's there if you wish to. Because we all thoroughly enjoy what we do here at the European Cricket Network, and that's where we are today. This weekend is the Desert Springs Cricket Ground here in the south of Spain. And a very good morning to Yuvraj Singh. Says hello, Charlie. How are you, Yuvraj? Hope you're well. Change bowling here. No more leg spin. Goes to seam. Salah Khan starts with a single off Anik Ahmed, who will be trying to erase that innings from his memory. Just couldn't get going, really. Ended up going for a 2-ball duck. It just wasn't meant to be for him. He was bowled again by Muslim Ashraf, and you have to say that Muslim Ashraf, depending on the outcome of this game, could have bowled a pretty good performance there early on in this tournament. That's one way to settle some nerves on the big stage, of course. Justin Broad, 3 off 3, but I have to say, the 3 runs he's got, they've looked very comfortable. And he looks very, very solid in front of square, in that V. Solid yet again, pushes into the offside, pushes and runs straight away. Excellent cricket from the 2 at the moment, out in the middle. There's a very clear understanding. Justin Broad, he won't mind being the one who sort of has to take the back pedal, if anything, and just watches this one along. If anything, he's probably got the best seat in the house at the moment. Let's tell our Khan's 25 off 16 at the moment. Shorter delivery, and this time He's met with the full face of the bat. Salah Khan just takes a moment of respect. It's been tidy so far from Ahmed. This is a wild swing, but evades the man at mid-wicket. They will come back for two. As it's going to be Campopiano. He will collect the stray ball. And it will be another 2 runs to the total. That brings Salah Khan back on strike, continuing on in fine form, isn't he? 27 now off of 18. That run rate just at under 5 and over now. Oh, and that would have been an excellent catch if it was taken. It was the man at mid-wicket diving to his right.
Great effort.
And unfortunately for Samaro Akrama, just couldn't stick. Salah Khan gets an early life. And he's dropped on 27. And a wicket there really would have put Italy just back into this game ever so slightly. This time it's solidly driven, but it will be a dot ball, and it's a good tidy over from Ahmed. He'll be happy with that comeback after failing with the bat. And it's just 4 off the over at the end of the 4th. Germany 32 for none. So of course that was a big drop in the context of this game. Catch taken there. Maybe just could have not a foot in the door, maybe just a toe in the door possibly. Good to see there's a good bit of amount of chat about the World Cup, of course, going on at the moment. I think because of the rain, it's just mixed everything up, hasn't it? There's so many different teams that are within a shout now of making it through, and you know, could be a dark horse sort of moment. Justin Broad now will be facing up here. Flicks this into the leg side. There is a man at deep square leg. Campopiano will collect this one. So just the single. And just the single means that it brings Salah Khan back on strike. 27 off of 20. This has been the start that he would have been expecting from himself, and he knows that he's capable of some exceptional things with the bat in hand. Oh well, that's gone all wrong. Singh has let that one go a little bit too late, and it's going to have to be called a dead ball. I lost it for a moment. I'm sure Salah Khan was preparing himself for something crazy there. Singh just getting that one a little bit wrong, getting a bit too ahead of himself possibly. This time does get it right, releases the ball correctly, and it is just another dot ball. So these dots are slowly building. 3 in that previous over. Of course there was 5 in the first over off of Hassan Ali. However, Hassan's second over went for 17, so no surprise that he's been brought off really after being dispatched with a bit of an expensive over. And this is a lovely shot, but excellent work from Campopiano. Make sure that he gets anything on it just to prevent it flying through, because if it gets through the infield, it's going to race away. This outfield is almost perfect, really. Excellent dive to his right, gets that right hand, that outstretched right hand. This is short again, and Justin Broad yet again, just electing to meet it with the full face of the bat and just turn it around the corner for a single. Yet again brings Salah Khan back on strike. So Khan 28 off of 22. Just had a few deliveries just to sort of settle down a little bit. Took a fancying to Hassan Ali after his first over, went for just 1, went for 17. This is again better bowling from Gurpreet Singh, who I'm sure is probably replaying that moment over and over again in his head. So once again, Singh leading to close this over off really, and it will just be a single. It's driven well, however, straight to the man at Hassan Ali at mid-off. It will just be a single 20 over, so 4 off it yet again. Good tidy last 2 overs with just 8 off of the previous 2 overs. The score is now 36 for none. And a good morning to Cricket Mania as well, saying he's just joined us. Good morning to you, hope you're okay, hope you're well. It's been a while. Of course, I was last on the airwaves in Mechelen in Belgium with Vinny. And of course we had the ECC. What a tournament the ECC was, as there was just so much going on, but it was so excellent to see. A festival of cricket more than anything. There's a bit of a change due to the field. Just trying to work out as to what's happening here. Kampapiana's gone out into the leg side for Talar Khan. As there's just a pause just to ensure that the field setting is correct. And this time just ran and dropped into the leg side. He's timed it so well that they will come back for the second. Excellent running from the 2 out in the middle. There's a serious understanding between Broad and Khan. You can see it. It's really coming off well. So just another 2 to the total. Talar Khan now moving into the 30s with that 2 to his name. This one finds the outside edge. It's going to race away up the hill, and it's going to be another boundary. And it's going to be a bit harsh on the bowler, really, for Ahmed. It wasn't a poor delivery, but Talar Khan just sort of dangling the bat out in the outside the off stump, and it's going to be another boundary, 4 more. So continuing here is Ahmed. He's going to want a response because he might feel a little bit hard done by after that delivery. It's a slower ball. Talar Khan just chips this over the bowler's head. It's a good comeback. That's really good skill from Ahmed. Of course, Ahmed playing back for our BMS, of course. 77 earlier this year in T10 cricket, but with ball in hand as well. He's certainly no new customer. Of course, played in the ECC, got sort of best figures for 2 for 22 against the Netherlands 11. So he is a man that's not a stranger to the cameras and the glitz and the glam, of course. This one, again, a slower delivery, however, just slides down the leg side. Run rate still at around that 4.6 and over at the moment. Doesn't seem to be troubling the German batsman so far. Talar Khan, 35 not out so far. It's 360-degree hitting. It's been excellent to watch and see. Just needs to keep going here. This time, offside, and yet again bit of early signs of frustration though from Khan there. You can see that he's facing a few too many dot balls that he would like. just knows. The thing is, he has to realise that you have to play this situation that's in front of him. Doesn't need to go crazy, doesn't need to go ballistic. Proper cricket shots will get him there. This time offside. And Grant Stewart will do the work and collect that one through. And you see this one here, just the timing, playing it right under his nose. That dot ball will bring us to the end of the over. And at the end of the sixth, at the end of the power play, Germany 43 for none. So at this stage, of course, Italy was just ahead ever so slightly. 45 for one at this point were Italy. After a pretty big over from Dylan Blichnaut, of course, that going for 16. And you take a look, that's the comparison. Of course, haven't lost a wicket yet, have Italy. Haven't collected a wicket of a German yet. Justin Broad, 6 off 6, hasn't really been, only faced 6 deliveries in 6 overs. Just goes to show Talakan facing 30 of the rest. So we'll feel as if he's pretty comfortable at the moment. It doesn't seem to be that he's looking any rushed or at all or any issues. Seems to be pretty happy at the moment. But I'm sure it wouldn't surprise me to see a man of his experience go on and be able to really accelerate his innings. Of course, he has played Surrey second 11 cricket. With a bit of spin into the attack. Straight to Grant Stewart at point for a dot ball. The wind is still forever present here at Desert Springs. Changing direction though. And it's another dot ball. Well, it was a dot ball until Grant Stewart decided to fall over the ball. And he ended up getting a single off that one. Brings Talakan back on strike with the off spin of Damith Kosala. Again, another batsman who failed with bat in hand. And of course, if you're going to go ahead and defend or successfully defend 108, wickets are your friend, and unfortunately at the moment haven't taken enough. You can see they're at this stage 47 for 1, so at this point they're almost neck and neck. However, it was the middle overs for Italy that was the issue. This is a full toss, just clipped into the leg side. Hasn't timed it, but it will open up the fact that he'll be able to come back for a comfortable second. Khan moves on to 37. Very good morning to everyone tuning in around the world here on the European Cricket Network. Of course, I assume that a lot of you will be jumping back and forth between the coverage here at Desert Springs and over at the Master Sports Club in Malta, with Rico and Vinny doing an excellent job as per usual, of course. This is again Fuller, Talakan, you can see trying to take on the boundary down the ground. However, equal to it was Kosala. This time does advance down the track. Will just be a single straight to the man at deep mid wicket. Will just be one. And that wind just picking up now, going directly across your screens left to right. So helping Talakan if he wants to take it on. The wind will help him. Justin Broad 7 off 8 so far. It's going to be 7 off 9. It's a good tidy over from Kosala. Just 4 off it once again. And at the end of the 7th, Germany 47 for none. So yet again, just haven't really been able to get a move on after the first initial acceleration of runs. Of course, they had that third over going for 17 runs, did Germany, and after that it's just been 4, 4, 7 and 4, so haven't really been accelerating. However, when you're only chasing 108, you don't really need to. That run rate has just crept up to 4.7 now. Been sort of dangling in between 4.5 and 4.7 depending on the score off the over. Looks like it's going to be a change of on. It looks like it's going to be Anmoldeep Singh. He's going to be coming into the attack here for the Italians. Okay, It's a beautiful bit of weather out here today. Certainly has just sort of set up nicely for 3 days of cricket. I know the temperature's due to drop a little bit the next 2 days, only a little bit though, only to 22, 23. So there's still plenty of good cricket weather on its way, which is always nice to see. I know Malta are battling the conditions supposedly tomorrow, which is never nice to hear. So hopefully they get their games in. Of course, we'll try their best. And this is a good start from Singh. Nice full delivery, driven nicely though by Khan. Moves on to 39. Once again, Tala Khan just taking a few deliveries here just to get himself back into the swing of things. You can see here though, he's just so confident with those strong wrists. Very confident through the covers. That wind's picked up yet again. You can see dust clouds sort of around, obviously here in just outside the ground, with some more building works going on. Probably plans to extend, of course. Once again, good to see viewers in the chat. Cricket Man, you're alongside Keanu, James as well. Yuvraj is in there as well. Some different badges next to some different names, which is always nice to see. Bit of a pause in play. Ready to get back underway here though, where we were, until the wind decided to take a bail off. Again, just another pause in play. But go ahead and get your thoughts and queries into the YouTube chat. It's one of the unique aspects of the European Cricket Network, is our direct line of communication between viewers and myself, or who else is on commentary. Obviously, it is just myself here at the moment. However, I'm negotiating to get a couple of guests on, hopefully throughout the next 3 days. This is flicked again, a little bit early on the ball though, was Justin Broad, bit of a toe, and he's coming back for the second. He'll come back comfortably. It's a long way out there. He's throwing into the wind as well. That's always something that you need to take into consideration. And does bring up the half century for Germany. 50 on the board now. Again, we've seen the two spinners for Italy have been pretty promising, haven't they? Slower ball from Singh. Gets it wrong though, down the leg side. Keeper unable to collect it cleanly was Padaraj Sadev. Kiani, sounds like Kiani's been enjoying the cricket. Kiani, is that you saying you've been to the games, or is that just on TV? Let me know. Do let me know, of course. Nice to see everyone enjoying cricket all around the world. That was a quick delivery, of course, but excellent take though from Sadev behind the stumps. Seriously, that was a seriously quicker delivery. Pushing it through for pace there was Singh. Possibly a bit of anger maybe in that one. And again, into the leg side. Justin Broad just clipping off the pads. Was looking for that second, however, will just be that single. You just see here, just veering a little bit too straight. Is saying that's my only critique at this point. Is just veered a little bit onto the leg side for Justin Broad, which meant it's just opened up that leg side for him just to clip into. Of course, Broad is just going at less than run a ball, just playing that supportive role. But at this point, I don't mind it as well, because of course at the end of the day ranking points are on the plate here for both teams, so a win here for Germany would certainly help them in their chase for more ranking points towards the end of the season. Well, there's one of the officials there, all in black. It's going to be a little bit warm out there. And this time it's another bottom edge. This time there is protection out there. And it's just going to be another single to the total, which means Talakam moves on to the 40s. Again, obviously had that explosive start, but he's just had to reevaluate after that explosive start, of course. Just had to reevaluate, didn't he? And just ensure that he stayed there. He didn't want to lose wickets, as wickets really was. Wickets are what they want, aren't they? Because for Italy, if they don't get wickets, this game is just going to be a little bit too easy for Germany. And on this one, well, Singh gets it all wrong, but as does Salev, and it's going to be wide plus a bye. There'll be 2 wides. And Kiani saying he actually lives at the SE. Well, there you go. The more you know. It's quite good. It's quite good. It's not quite Wembley, but it's quite good. Kiani, I respect it. It's respectable. Which I know if England win, they will knock out Australia, but I really want to see Butler go. Well, there you go. Bit of a conflict of interest there, Kiani. You're gonna have to make a decision at one point. Driven once again, driven nicely. This is going to pierce the infield. Almeria will give chase, and he's done really well there. Excellent bit of work, and he's kept it in the field of play. And they will come back for the 3rd, possibly a 4th. Oh dear. Well, there you go. Well, it's got through the keeper, and there could be more. Well, they're going to come back for a rare 5. Well, that's something you don't see every day in the sport of cricket. And even at the high level, well, Talakhan's on his hinges because they've just run a 5. Take a look at what's happened here. He's driven nicely. It's gone all the way through. Kalagamagi's given chase. He's done excellent work here, but it will end up being in vain as he keeps it in the field of play, does superbly well, and then the throw comes in, evades the keeper, and it goes down as a very rare 5. So there you go, something you won't see every day. That's going to be an interesting one for the scorers to wrap their heads around. We've got Samir and Manav. They're our scorers here on the ground in Desert Springs, and that was the end of the over. So his score says 61 for none, but it could possibly be more. Might have to correct that in just a moment. 61 for none off of 8. Again, no break in that. In the top of the innings there. But very rare occasion what we've just seen there. Something you won't see every day. So many points are on play here for all teams. I'll explain that situation a little bit more after this delivery, as this is again just a dot ball. Good start. So in terms of how ranking points work, so for beating, for winning, they will get their team's rating, the team that they've beat's rating plus 50. So for example, Talakhan rocks back. This is a shorter delivery, a bit of a gundy ball, and it will just be a single though, so he gets away with it more than anything. For example, so if Germany go on to win here, they will of course go ahead and gain 134 points as a victory due to 50 more, and then their opponents would get their rating minus 50 for losing. So it is, every game is very important for all 3 teams here this weekend, so no surprise to see that it's going to be taken very seriously. And Justin Broad, this time on the sweeps well. Those wrists over it, takes on the arm of Piano, and well, it was actually very close, but gets an excellent dive in and makes his ground pretty comfortably in the end. Take another look here. It would have been a little bit closer, you can see. He almost just forgets to take the bails off. However, he was home. Of course, just a reminder, LRS or DRS systems aren't in play here. It's an ICC tournament, so for a minimum for DRS is 8 cameras around the ground, and we currently are sat at a 5 camera setup. So a little bit, just a couple more cameras, and we'll be there. Again, leg side, Justin Broad trying to whip Kosala into that leg side. Yet to actually get a boundary to his name. This time offside, rocks back, gives himself a little bit of room, and it is just going to be a single to the total yet again. going to assume and go ahead and say, you know, that run rate's now at less than 4 and over, which is pretty comfortable on a ground like this, singles everywhere. Germany go ahead and take a victory here. What does that mean for Italy for the rest of the tournament, of course? It's just a minor lapse, but this one, Tala Khan riding a little bit of luck. He's probably got that half century in his mind, but this one comes through and it's just to go again, just sneaks under. Take another look here. Again, tries to play that cut, but just gets a little bit stuck more than anything. Footwork doesn't really get going, and will get stuck. But at the end of the ninth, Germany 66 for none. 66 for none after 9 overs. So yeah, that run rate now at just under 4. So no need to take any major risks. And Tala Khan is probably going to be banning a little bit selfishly, which is understandable. And that's the story so far. So spinning is going pretty well for the likes of Kosala and Kalamage, of course. Going for just 10 off the first over, which in the context of the game, in the power play, isn't too drastic. We're going to see, it looks as if it will be a change of bowling here. It looks like it might be the skipper. Looks like it's going to be Jean-Pierre Omid. He's going to take us into the 10th over here in Desert Springs in the first game. Of course, the Grizzly Bear ECI Spanish T20I Tri-Series here this weekend. This is just pushed into the offside. Tala Khan looks like he's just going to push his way into that half century, unless he has a crazy rush of blood. Jean-Pierre Omid, of course, Italian skipper, originally born in South Africa. Got an average of just over 17 in international T20 cricket. He's got 223 runs to his name. He's bowling here. This time, leg side once again. Justin Broad just clipping. And well, direct hit yet again, would have been close, but Tala Khan gets home comfortably in the end. I think there was a bit of a grunt saying, well, maybe that run might not be on next time. Cricket John just saying, guessing Italy using Grant Stewart as a specialist batter today then. It would seem that way. However, I do feel as if maybe this game they're probably thinking, well, do you know what, with such a low total, might be an idea just to give a few youngsters an opportunity as the wind seriously picks up. And that one's just clipped into that leg side again for another single. Just a break in play here, not too sure as to why. Back underway though with Mead, 4 off the over so far. This is Fuller, driven nicely, and that's an excellent way to bring up your half century. And Tala Khan does it in style with an elegant lofted drive through the covers, and it's a bit of a small acknowledgement of the applause there. Excellent half century though from Khan. Hasn't really looked troubled. There's been an outside edge here or there, but just has looked very comfortable, these two, haven't they? Tala Khan doing most of the damage, 52 off of 42. An excellent half century, but he'll want to be there at the end. Not many runs to go now. And again, just drops this into the leg side, will be a single. He'll be thinking of that next over when he will Khan. Cricket John just saying, as a Kent member, pleased to see him score his second international T20 50. Well, there you go. Glad you're well, John. Hope you're well. Yeah, he's agreeing with the idea that maybe they might just be saving him back. Of course, he has had a very, very long season out in the county system. Of course, he's in fine touch with the bat in hand, as this is just going to trickle down the leg side. And they turn and go. And again, the running has been excellent from the Germans, the German openers as well. 77 on the board now. 77 for none after 10. The running has been excellent, great communication and a just pure understanding between the two of them. So at the halfway stage, 77 for none are Germany, looking as if they're cruising to a pretty comfortable victory here in game number 1 of the Grizzly Bear Spanish T20I Tri-Series here in Desert Springs. This is the story so far. Obviously no wickets down. This was really where the game changed for Italy. They were pretty comfortable at the 10th over mark. It was 65 for 1 after 10. It was the next 4 overs that really was their downfall and their demise, wasn't it? With just wickets tumbling left, right, and centre. It was in between the 10th and the 16th over. There was 6 wickets lost, which at this level can come back to haunt you, and it seems as if that's exactly what it's doing here for the Italians. But he will be back for sure. They will come back, will Italy? Their tails will be up. They'll be out for revenge later on this afternoon. This is a slower ball. And, well, he's taken one on the arm there as Justin Broad. I think he's okay. Obviously, that was Samarwick Rama who threw that ball in. He was the fielder. Salah Khan was just dropping and running there. Excellent bit of cricket yet again. Soft hands. He's okay. I think there was no ill intent in there. Cricket Mania, of course, this is a T20. Of course, this is a T20 tournament. A little bit different to what we're used to from an ECM perspective. And this one tries to get inventive. Direct hit would have been gone. He survives. Comes through for the 1 run. Getting inventive though is Broad. I think he's enjoying himself out there. See here, direct hit. It would have been gone by a fair distance. This is going to be called a no ball. He's got this one all wrong as Singh. He struggled really with that in his first over. Had a few extras in there. He's got this one wrong again. Off the bowler again. It's going to be a free hit. So there's a license to go here for Salah Khan. Well, he's let that one go. He was looking for the wide, which is interesting. It's not being given though, so the no ball free hit doesn't tend to cause much issues there. And this time gets a bit of bat on this one. Hasn't quite found the middle. It's a big chase out there, and he's not going to get there. It's going to be another boundary. And it's 4 more to the total, and it's that man yet again, Salah Khan, cruising now. He's in cruise control. And he moves on to 48, and it's another boundary. 4 more. And again, going for that foot method. He got a bit of a toe on it, but it wasn't enough. Needs a response now to Singh. It's not quite being the over that he expected, and this is going to be a wide as signalled by the umpire. Good stop in the end though from Gurpreet Singh. Standards just haven't been there for Italy this morning. Just leaked a few runs here and there. It's just not been what we come to expect of the Italians, of course. This is a slower ball, and he's going to get swept and swept hard. And it's going to trickle away across the boundary. It's another 4 more. And Khan now moves into the 60s, and these runs are flowing pretty comfortably for Germany. And that's now 89 on the board. 4 more to the total. And it's, again, that man, Salah Khan, is just proving to be a little bit too much for the Italian bowlers here. Of course, they will go back at it again later this afternoon in a double header. And it's a shorter, and it's been called a no ball as well. Looked as if it might have been for front foot. It is signalled, and I think that would have been for front foot. So now, Justin Broad, well, he's gone 18 deliveries, almost 11 overs without a single boundary. Got the licence to go for one now, so it could be an opportunity to bring it up. So free hit, and well, he was a little bit early on that one, and yet again the free hit won't cost them anything. And that will bring us to the end of the 11th over. Germany 90 for none. And Cricket John just dropping in there saying Italy have quite a young squad for this one. Several players from the Europe qualifier and Challenge League are not present this week. It's very true. Very, very true. 91 for none off of 11. And yeah, there's a few big names missing, of course, but there's still plenty of talent out there. And this isn't exactly a walk in the park for Germany. There have been moments where they've just had to dig deep and really show their skills and talent. I think, you know, it's a good showdown between these two. I think it's fair to say they're probably, you know, you sort of look at the top teams in Europe. You obviously have the likes of England, Scotland, Ireland, the Netherlands, for example. And I think you sort of go down from that, and I think you end up with teams such as Germany, Italy, Jersey, Spain in there, getting in there as well, as we've seen in recent history. Of course, in the ECC, doing pretty well. It's just a single off the first delivery of the return of Kalagamagi. But I think there are moments where these teams really have pushed on and excelled in recent years, recent time. I think that's just credit to what's been going on all around Europe, not just at the international level, but at domestic and youth level, in international women's game as well, as Justin Broad has hit this down the ground. However, Anik Ahmed will come round and collect for just a single, so Broad still yet to get a boundary under his name. So do remember that these two teams will be back again later this afternoon. Khan comes down the track straight to the man. We're really going to be a single there. Of course, that game coming up at 2 o'clock local time. Just under an hour and a half, so an hour and 25. Oh, there's an injury here. Something's happened here. Man who collected that ball and fielded that delivery on sort of the 45. He's gone down in what looks like lower back pain there. That's Hassan Ali, which is never nice to see. And he's down, and he's obviously in a bit of amount of pain. He's gone down, and you can see there's the head coach, Gareth Berg. Come on to assess what's going on. Good to see that the German physio as well helping out, which is always nice. Always good to see. Stronger together, of course. It gives all players an opportunity to have a bit of a drinks break. I think what might be best here is obviously to assess the situation. I think it looks like it could just be a bit of a back spasm from the way that obviously he threw it in and he was okay, and then he just sort of went down afterwards. So it could just potentially be a bit of a back spasm. So I'm just going to, there's a break in play due to an injury. But this is what's coming up in match number 2. Of course, Germany taking on Italy yet again. That's at 2 o'clock local time, 6:30 if you're in India, and then 1 o'clock GMT. So do remember to come back and tune in for that one, as these two teams will battle it out once again. Looking forward to that one, of course. And then also we have 2 more matches again tomorrow as well. Spain taking on Italy, and then Spain taking on Germany as well. So Spain, they've got the day off today. Spain, a few of their players have arrived. I know that they've had a few travel issues, but I know they're slowly making their way down towards the south of Spain. There was just trying to think back as to who I saw walking past. There was the likes of
Daniel Dorcaye, Christian Mills was there as well. Ravi Pancho back into the squad, obviously missed out on the ECC, so he'll be looking to prove a point. Adam Alger was there as well. Alongside Corey Rutgers as well, of course. Good news here is Hassan Ali, he's up. I can tell you he's up, but I think, yeah, it just looks like it might have been a back spasm of some form, so looks as if Hassan Ali is going to be leaving the field of play, so I'm assuming it'll be Patusha Fernando will be coming on to replace him. Of course, there's only 15 runs required here for victory for Germany. Certainly looking forward to seeing these two teams battle it out yet again. I think that, you know, that conversation of sort of best of the rest of anything, you know, if you think of the sort of top teams in Europe at the moment, and in terms of rankings, of course, Denmark in there as well. They're a team you need to throw in there. They've been up there for what feels like an eternity in terms of just bringing through talent and being able to do it on the top stage. Just haven't quite got up to the same sort of level as the Netherlands. But I think, you know, credit to all teams. They have been excellent over the last few years. Continuing on though, back underway. Talakar just continuing as he left off, just nailing this one round the corner. And that is Patusha Fernando, the 12th man. Straight into the action straight away. Justin Broad, 20 off of 20, and in the context of this game, it's not a terrible innings. He's just been there as an anchor role. He's getting the reverse sweep out now, but gets it all wrong. Good bit of keeping from Sadev to ensure that he doesn't let that one fly past him, just get something on it. Continuing here though. And yet again, this one just gets a little bit big on him, if anything. Bit of extra bounce from Kaligamage, and a dot ball will finish the over, and at the end of 12, Germany not far away now. 94 for none. After 12. Of course, that's where we are at the moment. The very picturesque ground here, Desert Springs. Just outside Almanzora in the south of Spain. Story now, of course, Italy. They were pretty comfortable after their first 10 overs, weren't they? Looking at where they were 65 for 1 after 10. However, it was the second half really for Italy that ended up being their demise, ended up losing a handful of wickets. Not a lot of runs, just ends up showing that if it wasn't for Grant Stewart, they could be in a lot worse of a situation. However, they'll be more than keen to have a spot of lunch, reevaluate a different approach, and come back at it again in about an hour and 20 minutes time. It's going to be a dead ball. This is called a no ball as well. So Singh not quite getting his run up right. Gonna have to be a free hit once again to Talak Khan. It's probably the man that you'd least want to do it to. Free hit time. Slower ball, and Talak Khan goes down the ground. Hasn't quite got all of it though, so it will be caught. But of course, good alertness in the field and get the throw in pretty much straight away. So Talak Khan was looking to go big. Just didn't quite get all of it, but just goes to show it was a pretty sweet connection. However, just wasn't able to quite get a lot on it, and it just goes. You know, that just proves to you how large these boundaries are here at Desert Springs. Broad again, finds the middle of the bat, just clips it round the corner. Of course, they can do these in singles now. As well, there's an opportunity for buzzers, but I don't think they'll take it. It was Tala Khan doing a bit of a limbo to try and get out of the way of it. So it will now mean that Tala Khan will remain on strike. You see here, flicks off into the leg side. We've seen that time and time again over the last couple of, almost hour or so. Back to live action here with Singh. And that one just stays a little bit low. A bit of variation, a bounce there. And they will take on the wicket keeper. So it will be a bye. A little bit harsh on Salev, though. He did what he's there to do. He stopped the ball. Unfortunately, it just stayed a little bit low and just kept low on him. Come through for a bye. So now 10 runs for victory required. They can do it in 2 hits. Justin Broad yet to get a boundary to his name, though. And again, into the leg side. Wanting 2, but I don't think they'll get it. It's actually really good work in the end from Samara Wickrama out on that leg side. But Tala Khan, what an innings it's been. 66 off 55 thus far, with just 9 required for victory. It's just these two have just played the game, really. They've played what's been set in front of them. Haven't taken the circumstances. They've really just sort of played what's been put in front of them. Again, a really good delivery though, this from Singh. Just a bit of the way moving off the seam. Just looking to close out the over well here. Again, a tidy over from him with just 5 off this one thus far. Of course, that no ball only going for that 1 off the free hit, which isn't too detrimental. This is a full toss. It's up in the air. I don't think it's going to fall to a man, so it'll fall safely in between the two. And they'll come back for the second eventually. Does eventually get hurled in by Grant Stewart. And that does bring up the 100 for Germany at the end of the 13th over. Germany are 100 for none. But again, if we look further into this and away from the context of this game, and sort of like a tournament basis, you have to remember that, you know, we want to know what a pass score is here, and I think, you know, the assumption that 140, 150 may be in play, I think that probably is where you're going to be looking. The boundaries are a little bit smaller than what they were when we were last here for that tri-series between Spain, Norway and Guernsey, of course. So I think that par total is around 140. I think anything above that you're going to be pretty content with, and you'll back yourself to defend it. Anyway, Justin Broad, he's on strike, 22 off 24. Cunningham continuing here with his leg spin. Just failing to get that one away. This is a shorter delivery. Broad gets down on one knee. Just slaps this into the leg side. It's just again another single. And once more questions being asked of the keeper. Just seeing if he's staying awake, even though this game's slowly coming to an end. And even though this is going to end up being a very comfortable victory for Germany, the German team will know that this is not how it's going to be for the rest of the tournament. This is a quicker delivery, but it's evaded everything. It's going to race away. The chase is on, and they actually do really well in the end. Keeps it well within the field of play. And it will be, not evaded everything, it will be given as leg by. Just clips the pad on its way through. Just see here, just clips that thigh pad of Tala Khan. Ends up being pretty comfortable 2 runs. Good fielding though down in the end. Forward press clipped into the leg side for another single, and they can do it in singles, of course. They've got plenty of time. Single moves them onto 105 with 3 for victory now. And again, Tala Khan has been excellent, hasn't he? 71 now. reverse sweep, and this time it's again missed everything, and I don't think they're going to get anything on this one. And that will bring us to the end of the game, as it's been given as runs. So Justin Broad will finish with a boundary to his name. Only took up into the 14th over, but he's done it. And Germany, they will win by 10 wickets here in what was a very, very comfortable victory for the Germans. They take the first blood here in match number 1 of the Grizzly Bear ECI Spanish T20I Tri-Series here at Desert Springs. And it's handshakes all around. However, Italy, they'll know and they'll feel as if they've left a few out there, and they'll be hoping that they can come back stronger. Of course, they will be back in just over an hour and 10 minutes. These two will battle it out once more, as Italy will take on Germany in match number 2. That will be coming up right here on the European Cricket Network as the two teams shake hands. Of course, Talakan finishing with an excellent 69 not out off of 59. But that's what's coming up in about an hour and 10 minutes at 2 o'clock local time. Germany take on Italy once again here in Spain on the European Cricket Network. Talakan, 69 off of just 59 deliveries. Wasn't exactly the quickest innings that we'll see from Talakan in his career, but it's exactly what he needed to do. Supported well, of course, don't forget, by Justin Broad. He finishes 27 off of 27 deliveries, of course, getting that boundary, which will certainly make him feel a little bit better. Didn't want to go boundaryless in an innings, but he manages to keep that out of the way. We take a look at the highlights here, and there were some lovely shots, wasn't there, from Talakan? Mostly all around the ground, but he's just so strong and positive in that V. And you can just see with that strong high arm, and then anything off the pads, it also gets punished. But it just goes to show that you can play proper cricket shots at this format, and you can certainly get rewarded. And when you're only chasing 108 off of 20 overs, there's no need to panic, and that's exactly what these two didn't do. And they go ahead and take some well-earned points into this game, so they will take 2 points for the victory here this morning. Just goes to show anything can happen. Of course, did look pretty comfortable though, Justin Broad. He'll be happy with the way he was able to go about things, of course, at the top of the order. He was just playing that second fiddle role, really, as Talakan was the man who was doing most of the damage. It was a lot of those sort of shots, just little nurdles in and around the ground. There was a little outside edge, wasn't there? We got a bit inventive, and then ended up just being not used to run away. And when it's going your way, you've got to pounce, and that's exactly what Talakan did. He ends up 69 not out off of 59 deliveries. But of course, you have to remember as well that you have to go back to the bowlers for Germany as well, because they were the ones who did the first half of the job, didn't they? And the likes of Muslim Ashraf and Rasul Ahmadi, the two spinners for the German team. They were really able to keep them going. But this was an incredible moment, wasn't it? There was an extra bit of work from Callum Kamagi to keep it to keep it inside the field of play, but it ended up still costing them more than what it would have been, because they ended up getting 5 off of the single delivery. It just goes to show on a ground like this, which is so big, it's always going to happen. But some lovely shots from Justin Broad for his innings. And then there was also a near run-out opportunity, but he almost just forgot to take the bails off in time. But Italy, they have to come back strong, won't they, in this afternoon's game, because they will be coming back against Germany in an hour's time. We come towards the end of the highlights package here. You can just see there were some really good bits of running between the two of them, and they ended up pretty comfortably in the end, though, wasn't it? There were a few moments of you know, what could have been for Italy with a couple of direct run-outs. You never know what the game could have ended up being. And of course, you have to remember, Talakan was dropped on 27, wasn't he? What a crucial drop that ended up being. But there'll be a stern talking to for the Italian team. It's a young Italian squad with a mixture of experience in there as well, but they will be coming back in an hour's time. So do make sure you return for the second match this afternoon here on the European Cricket Network. Of course, I know many will be flicking to Malta, so go ahead and say hello to Vinny and Rico for me. But that is the end of match number 1. Germany, they have beaten Italy by 10 wickets. We'll be back in around about an hour's time as you're joining me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network.
a very sunny Desert Springs here in the south of Spain. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network for match number 2 of the Grizzly Bear International T20 Tri-Series here in Spain. As we're going to see match number 2, Italy taking on Germany once again. And what an afternoon it is for cricket here. Temperature maxing out at 27 degrees. I can tell you there's some sunscreen being applied all around the ground. And we're coming off the back of a pretty comfortable victory for Germany in match number 1. They ended up taking a win by a rather large sum of 10 wickets. Just didn't really look too uncomfortable, did Germany. We can take a look at the lineups. There's a change for Germany, as you can see there. Vishnu Bharati, he's coming in, as is Sahir Nakash. And also, we can see there that Volta Bear missing out as well. You look at the Italian side, a couple of new names, Wade Rana, and also Fernando, who was in at 12th man in the previous game. We take a look at the expected scores. Once again, it was obviously for Italy in that first game. However, Supercomputers changed its mind, it got it wrong, and it's going with Germany by about 4 runs. Again, no surprise. That pass score of around 140, 150 is what we're looking at here today. I think we were close to getting somewhere around that in that second innings if the target was there, but of course they ended up chasing 108 runs down in 14 overs, so pretty comfortable in the end, but it was mostly due to that man on your screen right now, as he ended up being the man of the hour. Muslim Ashraf finishing with 3 for 9 off of his 4 overs. It's some pretty substantial stuff there. Of course, Sahir Nakash, he comes in, of course, in the lineup as well. Tuning on from that first game, but you can see there, Grant Stewart, he will be carrying on where he left off, or he'll be hoping to anyway. Scored a very eloquent half century in that first game. Of course, it was in vain, as they will eventually go on to lose that match by 10 wickets. Once again, thank you very much for joining me here on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel, or on Fancone in India. I hope you're all well and enjoying this lovely Friday afternoon, wherever you may be watching from. I know that some of the Spanish boys, they'll be keeping a close eye out on this one. Of course, Italy batting again, so they'll be looking to go one further with the bat this time. They'll be looking to set a pass score of 140 at least. We're just about to get things underway, and it is going to be Muslim Ashraf to get us underway here. Stewart just playing that into the offside. Starts off with a dot ball. Yeah, taking a look at the 2 squads for this game, of course. Captain for Germany, and with the gloves is Michael Richardson, of course. Again, this time leg side, and he's got a bit of bat on this. He's going to race away. Nubarati will give chase, won't quite get there. It will be collected in the end by Rasul Ahmadi. No surprise to see spin the opening option here, as of course 3 for 9 off in T20 cricket is not easy, but on a ground like this, and it's a lot drier down that far end where the batsman is at the moment. So I think that's why, you know, spinners are getting a lot of purchase and are being actually quite successful from this near end. Of course, T20 rules, so we do bowl from both ends, unlike the standard ECN T10. Yeah, what a first game that was. Of course, ended up being a bit of an easy victory for Germany, but I don't think they'll be expecting the same here. Driven quite nicely, but the umpire gets in the way, and it could end up being well, I think there was a bit of spirit of the game there. I think Richardson knew that he wasn't going to try and take the stumps off here, because he set off, and Richardson, you can see, he didn't look as if he was going to be in any rush. That's always nice to see. I believe that's Walid Rana for Italy, obviously coming into the lineup for this second game. This time we'll get a run for his troubles. Driven in to the offside, just opens the face a little bit, carries himself through. I have to say that the level of cricket that we've seen thus far in only that first T20 international game has been pretty high standard. It's what we've come to expect of the teams such as Germany and Italy. This time sweeps, and this is going to go all the way. This will be the first boundary. It's a lovely shot from Stewart. Just waits a little bit longer on this one, just helps it round the corner, and it's a boundary for Italy. It's the first boundary in the innings.
It's always going to make Stuart feel a little bit more at ease after getting the first boundary. Always helps proceedings, doesn't it? Needs a response though, does Ashraf. This time it's just played back to the bowler. So an interesting over for both, just the one boundary off it. 6 off the first, Italy, 6 for none after 1. But a very good afternoon to everyone tuning in. Obviously Stephen's in there, Julian as well, Keanu of course, and Mozzo. Also getting excited that Vinny's there. I know they've just had they've got a break in play for about half an hour in Malta. So I'm sure there'll be a few different people, you know, jumping in and out. So go ahead, do get involved in the live chat. Go ahead and say hello. It's just myself on commentary, Charlie Hunt here for the European Cricket Network. Having a very, very lovely Friday afternoon, it has to be said. Flew over from London last night to Alicante. They made the 2-hour trip down south, and we're here now for hopefully what's going to be an exciting tournament. Of course, for those that aren't aware, this tournament is crucial for all 3 teams, mostly due to the fact that ICC ranking points are on offer, and that's what they're all playing for. Obviously, they're playing for the cup as well, but it's going to be Dieter Klein starts here, and Rana gets a bit of bat on this one early on. Well, good work from Dylan Blichenau, who'll be hoping to almost get his name back into the good books, probably, of the coaches, of course. Didn't quite have the game that he would have expected in that first one. Went for a few runs and dropped a catch. He won't be too upset. Generally come through with a victory. Rana looking like he might be a bit pushed for pace here, and I think it was only going to be a matter of time until the teams worked out that far end is going to mostly be where the seam attack will be coming from. I think to what we haven't seen already, you know, Mohamed Kamran, I think from that far end could be very dangerous. Adil Raja as well, obviously didn't get to see him in the ECC for Spain, but he's in the squad. Oh, this is off the pad, and he's got him. And there's no surprise, there wasn't really any hesitation from the umpire. And Rana, he has to go for just one. And Klein gets his first wicket of this game. And it's the first wicket to fall. And Italy, well, they're 6 for 1. And there's no real surprise that was given. It looked pretty plumb. Didn't really think it was going to go on to miss anything. Stewart, well, how many times have we seen that today? Grant Stewart just at one end, just sort of on his own really, and he just struggled to have any partners in that first innings. He top scored with that very well made half century. So the new man makes his way up to the middle, plays his cricket, or has played for Oxford and Oxfordshire out in the UK. And of course, it is that man, Marcus Campopiano. He's got a lot of pressure on him now, isn't he? Of course, he made a handful of runs in that first game, but wasn't able to quite get going. It was 18 off of around 24 deliveries, so he wasn't really able to kick on. But he's got an opportunity here. He's in early in the second over, and he just lets this one flow through from Klein, understandably so. Klein obviously pushing it for pace. You know, for the likes of a few of these players for Italy, it might be quicker than they're probably used to, but it's a good contest, and I think there's one way to improve in the game, and that is by playing players who are just that level above. And Klein certainly could be an interesting aspect, as he's a little bit late on this one, but it just gets through. It will be a single as Campopiano will get off the mark with that single into the offside. Just see that, just wasn't able to collect it cleanly in the end, but it brings Grant Stewart on strike. 5 off 4 after that sweep for 4 in that first over. As I say, it would not surprise me if we see spin just from this end. Of course, we did see that Russell Amadi was actually quite successful from that far end. Again, Stewart just playing this one with a full face of the bat. And that will bring us to the end of a very impressive first over for Dieter Klein. Just one off it, but he also picks up the wicket of Walid Rana. And at the end of the second over, Italy 7 for 1. Now Wayne's asking a question here, saying, he's asked Vinny. Obviously Vinny, I believe, has seen Mr. Klein already. We'll come back to that in just a second. So this is the standing so far for the Grizzly Bear Spanish T20I Tri-Series here in Desert Springs. Obviously Germany taking that victory, and that certainly did help their net run rate as well. But of course, you almost feel that the tournament might be a little bit playing second fiddle, as of course most teams are going to be wanting to play for the ICC ranking points as they look to make that push for the final qualification places for next year, of course, with the World Cup coming up. So many ranking places are up for grabs, and it's not going to be Muslim Ashraf to continue. It is going to be Rasul Amadi with some right arm off spin, and this is just push leg side, and this time it's going to be Ashraf who will give chase, and eventually will collect it for just a single. A few changes though for Italy, of course, with the likes of the new one. Now the new one is a man who's quite infamous here on the European Cricket Network, which we will come to in a moment. In fact, I'll cover it now. Do you know was a bowler who played for Kent Lanka in ECS in Italy this summer, in our little summer series in Italy. Carrying on here though, it's just pushed to Blichlaut, will just be a dot ball. He's involved in one of the craziest last overs I think anyone's ever seen. He's one of 2 to have got 4 in 4 this year. He got 4 wickets in 4 deliveries, and in that final over, the opposing team. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll have to wait, because that's been launched into the leg side. That's going to go all the way in 6 more, and it's no surprise that this time it's Grant Stewart. He took a license to Amadi in the previous game, and he's carrying on exactly where he left off. 6 more. That's a really nice shot. He loves it in that arc, and he's punished it right out of the ground, and that's going to take some moment to go ahead and collect. But I can go ahead and come back to what I was previously mentioning. So it's a new one. Yes, he was a bowler for Kent Lanka in the final game, and they were defending 7 off that final over, and they got 4 wickets in the first 4 deliveries, then a single in the 5th, and then a 6 to win it on that last ball. So pretty eventful over. He's 17 at the moment. He's celebrating a birthday on Sunday, so he'll be looking forward. It's a pretty big weekend for him. So he'll be looking forward to getting an opportunity. Well, this is going to be back-to-back boundaries, as this time Grant Stewart just leaps back and watches this one all the way through the offside. 4 more, and it doesn't quite get much better than that. Textbook cut shot from Grant Stewart. That's a really nice shot from Stewart. Amadi just trying to overcompensate, really trying to keep it out of that arc and pushing it wide, and almost getting it too wide, and Stewart, a player of his calibre, is not going to miss out. Needs a response, no doubt, as Amadi. Again, similar sort of area, but this time finds Shakur Rahimzai. It's a dot ball. A couple of conversations about Klein, about how quick he is. Vinny, he says he's about low 80s, maybe 130. I think he's probably right. He's probably not far off with that. Well, Grant Stewart, he's taking a liking, isn't he? Because that's the exact same position. And it's going to be 6 more. And it's the end to a massive over. And if you're an Italia fan, you're going to be very, very happy with the outcome of this over. Because it's 17 off it. And at the end of 3, Italy, they're 24 for 1. Excellent bit of power hitting there from Grant Stewart. Not only can he punish you through the offside, he can also muscle you into the leg side. And that's exactly what he does there. He's just a pure example of some serious talent in the Italian ranks, and if he comes off, you'd hope he just sort of brings a little bit of extra confidence to the rest of the Italian squad. Hopefully, they're gonna pounce on what is a big opportunity here to make a pretty healthy comeback after this morning's play. Good afternoon to a certain Corey Rutgers, who's just popped into the chat. Corey was here this morning. He was doing a bit of training, a bit of coaching with the Spanish boys, of course. And Klein, can he back him up here? And you can just tell that one just pushing him for pace, because it's very late on the drive. There is Campopiano, so Klein is certainly pushing it through for pace. But yeah, no, Corey was keeping an eye on proceedings this morning, whilst he was doing a bit of coaching down at the training facilities here at Desert Springs. He says beautiful ground. It certainly is. It's such a beautiful place to play cricket. This is time. It's a slower delivery. But that's excellent work from Dylan Blichnout. He does really well to eventually gather the ball and collect it in. He was throwing it whilst he was falling down to the ground, but he did pretty well to not make a fool of himself. Again, Blichnout, he's such a talented batsman, and he's also a talented bowler, and he would have been a little bit disappointed with his performance in that last game. He'll be looking to really make a name for himself, especially on the international stage now as well. This is short and punished. Grant Stewart just stands tall and watches this. Looks like it goes all the way, and it just has. It's 6 more, and Grant Stewart gets on his tiptoes, and it goes a long, long way. 6 more to the total. Lovely shot from Grant Stewart. You can just see here, he's a tall man, is Stewart, but he just stands up tall, just hooks it round the corner. And it's the first sign of aggression towards Dieter Klein there. Asking is Charlie the groundsman. I wish I was this good. No, groundsman is Callum. Callum's been here for a while. Does an excellent job. It's an excellent facility here in Desert Springs. It really is. No surprise that there's quite a lot of cricket that gets played here. I know that there's a international women's tournament next week. Spain taking part in that as well. And needs a response though. And it's a bit of a shorter delivery, but once again, it's just turned around the corner. Luckily for Stewart, doesn't quite middle it. And it's just a single. Stewart won't mind that. He won't mind rotating the strike. We saw it in the previous game that he got an electric start and then had to sort of put the brakes on a little bit as wickets started tumbling around him. And again, this time it's a nice shot from Campopiano, and it's got through the infield. And on an outfield like this, it's just going to trickle over the boundary, and that's exactly what it does. And that will do Campopiano's confidence a world of good as he gets in on the action. And Klein, it's got a bit of, he's under the cush yet. This one just turning it around, and oh, not even Talakan, who's a man who's been able to do almost everything today. And even he could cut that off. It's another 4. Klein needs a bit of a response here to finish off his second over. Short, pulled, straight to the man. And it will be another single to end the over. Tidy over though for Italy, looking like they're a little bit more confident out in the middle at the moment. And with 13 off that over at the end of 4, Italy 37 for 1. Now, as I mentioned, as I was alluding to earlier, there's more cricket that will be taking place in Desert Springs, I should say, next week. There is a pentagonal women's tournament next week between Sweden, Norway, Isle of Man, and Spain as well. Pentagonal was 5, so I'm trying to work out where the 5th is there, but there's plenty of ranking points there as well. This is driven as go back to Muslim Ashraf. And Vinny just asking if I was up mowing the lawn. Like I don't want to give away my secrets, you see, because I can't give too much away here. But it was a busy night last night, we'll say. And Stephen just showing his appreciation for the white fences. It certainly is it has a very English sort of small county ground feel. I'm trying to think of one that pops to mind, but there's a few for example, when Middlesex can't play at Lords, there's a couple that they play at that just gives me the same feel. Driven nicely, but once again straight to Ashraf, given a little bit more flight there, possibly just trying to give it a little bit more of an opportunity to turn a bit slower. Plenty of cricket here in Spain going on at the moment. This time cuts, but straight to Heerden. It's again just another dot ball. Van Heerden is a talented player as well for Germany. Didn't get to see much of him in that last match this morning. But I have a feeling we could be in for a thriller here today. This one into the leg side, just punches this down the ground for a single. Stewart back on strike. 28 off of 12 for Stewart so far. And again, he just needs to ensure that he carries on at a similar pace. Doesn't want to get too bogged down and too worried about those around him. If he just bats the way he wants to bat, should be with a chance of setting a decent total. This one misses out though on the shorter, wider delivery. Brings us to the end of the fifth with a single over left in the power play. Italy 38 for 1. Wayne just saying, I run a mowing business. Next time you're up at all hours mowing, hit me up. I'll give you some tips. I'll certainly keep that in mind, Wayne. I'll have to keep that one in the old memory bank. But no, it certainly is. The pictures just don't do it justice, really. It's an excellent facility here at Desert Springs. I know they're very proud of the product they have here. It doesn't get much better than this, to be fair. Spain's sort of very lucky at the moment with some of the grounds that they have at their disposal. You think of where we spent 5 weeks earlier just almost finished a month ago now, acting Cartama in Malaga. That's an excellent facility. And then you've got obviously here at Desert Springs, and you've got two very nice ovals at La Manga Club as well, out in Murcia. And then obviously up in Barcelona we have Montjuic, the baseball ground up there that's always being used. Anyway, Justin Broad into the attack. And Campopiano just trying to get this away off the square, isn't able to do so. Should you get up in the chat? Good afternoon to you, hope you're well. Let us know where everyone's watching from if you're involved in the live chat. Sometimes do a bit of a lurkers call out when I know Vinny loves a lurkers call out, but we'll see if there's any around. And there might be a few. A lot of interest on international cricket, especially here in November. Trying to get aggressive. Will eventually come through for the single. Bit of inside edge onto the pad. Very much looking forward to tomorrow. I think we've got two very exciting games. I mean, all three of these teams were very impressive in the ECC. I think Spain, not really to anyone's surprise, were very talented in the T10 format. It'll be very interesting to see how Corey goes about in the T20 format. I think he's obviously going to have some different plans, and he's obviously got a different squad to his disposal, the likes of Ravi Pancha, who's been seen on the ECM before, and obviously Adil Raja as well. Short and dispatched. Well, it doesn't matter where you're fielding on any ground, that's 6, because that's out of the ground. 6 more, and Grant Stewart stand and deliver stuff. And that is some serious power hitting. It's in the arc, really. Just swing from the hip. And when you're as powerful as Stewart, you really don't have to worry yourself too much about where the ball is, because you know it's going to be on the right side of the boundary. The robot's getting active on a Friday afternoon. It's awake. Well, it's 2 in 2, because this time it's overcompensated from Justin Broad, and he gets it all wrong. It's 2 full, and Stewart again stand and deliver, flicks this off the pads, and it's 6 more. That's an excellent shot once again from Stewart. He's just really finding form here, isn't he? You take a look at this. It's Plays it late, off the hit, off the pads. Just watches it sail over the boundary. It's another 6. Justin Broad's under a lot of pressure here. What does Broad have off his sleeve? Does he have a slower ball? Does he have a variation? Almost an unknown quantity to the Italians. What can he do? It's fuller, and it's going to be another boundary. This time it's flatter and it's harder. It's the same result though. It's out of the ground, it's 6 more. And Stewart races along to 46. And well, for a county player who's known as a bowling all-rounder, he's certainly showing the other half to his game here. Power hitting at its finest, and it's just pure power from that man with number 6 on his back, Grant Stewart. So 3, it's a hat-trick of 6s. 19 off this 6th over so far, certainly making the most of the final over of the power play here. And well, if you're Corey, you're going to be thinking, could do with getting Stewart out early when we play Italy. Final ball of the power play. Hit straight to Talal Khan. He was in 2 minds really as to whether or not to go ahead and attack the catch or just ensure it doesn't fly past him for a boundary. He opts for the latter of the 2, and it will just be a single, and Stewart keeps a strike. And at the end of the power play, after 6 overs, Italy racing along to 58 for 1. So Stewart, 47 off of only 17 deliveries. That is some outstanding hitting, and with 6 sixes to his name, 36 of his runs coming in the form of maximums. I know one Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandy will be wishing that he was here watching this right now. He probably would have lost his voice with 6 sixes in a matter of 6 overs. Pretty good going for Grant Stewart. He'll most likely be looking to really bring up his half century in as quick style as he's been going thus far. But here's a successful and senior campaigner for Germany, Vishnu Bharati, one of the leading wicket takers for Germany. And this is pushed into the offside, and it's through first man, but it's well fielded in the end from Ashraf. Lichnout just wasn't able to get a hand on it. But it will be another 2 to the total, moves on to 49 off of just 18, with 1 run remaining for what would be a sensational half century. And he will do it with just a push into the leg side. They want to, and it looks like they're going to come back really comfortably in the end, and they will. And it brings up a very impressive half century for Grant Stewart. Don't think it's quite made the rounds around the ground, but it is a very well made half century from Grant Stewart. He moves on to 51 off of just 19 deliveries. Some excellent hitting, but he needs to stick around now for the Italian squad. And this is just punished into the offside. Vinny's dropped the old lurker emoji, the eyes. I tend to drop the old lurker emoji every now and then. Obviously very busy, but when I can. Anyway, Campopiano, he's had the best seat in the house so far. Can he get involved in the action now? Yes. It's on the drive nicely along the ground. But yeah, no, Vishnu Bharati, he is one of the most successful bowlers in international T20 cricket for Germany. Could do with a breakthrough here. And again, just stays a little bit lower. Bharati's a bit skiddy with his action. And again, back of a length. And driven straight to Dylan Blich now. And it will be the end of what is a pretty quiet over in the context of this game so far, with just 6 off that over. 64 for 1 after 7. And so a good tidy over from Barati. With 29 wickets in his career. He is currently the leading wicket taker for Germany in international T20s. Muslim Ashraf is not far off either. In fact, he might even have levelled himself up there after this morning's play. And Nakash as well. He's in the lineup. He's got a handful of wickets to his name as well. Anyway, here's Asul Ahmadi. Kazi asking a very good question, which I shall address after this delivery. And this will be just a single down the ground. Just asking, is the boundary the same as normal as what you come to expect on the ECN during ECS tournaments? 50 metres? It's not. It's standard for what's here at Desert Springs, so I'm guessing it's probably around 70, 75. Maybe a little bit less than that. Maybe 70 is probably where I'd go. But certainly a valid question. Of course, there's plenty of cricket on the European Cricket Network at the moment, with ECS in Malta on the drive, and this is coming towards me, and it's going to be all the way, as that's just on the top of the boundary. It hits it on the full, and it's another 6, and yet again Grant Stewart getting in on the action, and he's finally been recognised for his half century, as they're about 8 runs too late. But that was textbook really from Grant Stewart. Doesn't matter how long the boundaries are, Grant Stewart just can't stop hitting them over him. And he's gone for it again, and this time it's the biggest of them all, because it's down the ground and it's straight over the sight screen. And Stewart is taking this bowling lineup apart. And it's another boundary. Make that 8 sixes in his innings so far. Stand and deliver. Some serious hitting from Grant Stewart at the moment, just showing his class. Well, the robot's given me some homework. I'll ask the right people and I'll find out for you. This time goes down the ground again, and it's 6 more. Just evades the jumping man at long off. And well, Asul Ahmadi, he just sort of thinks, well, there's not really much I can do here, because no matter where I'm bowling, it's just going a long, long way. 6 more. Grant Stewart is just showing pure class at the moment. And this is what Italy have needed. They've needed a batsman to go longer, and he's been given a platform. And, well, Italy at the moment, they'll be looking to try and get into the 200s at this point. If Grant Stewart keeps on going, then anything's possible. And this time it's respected, met with a full face of the bat. Almost had to stop himself from trying to play one too many there. But an expensive over yet again. And with 19 off that over, another hat-trick of 6s. At the end of 8, Italy are 83 for 1. And this is the story so far. Just that 1 wicket, obviously, for Dieter Klein. Apart from that, though, it's all been about one man, Grant Stewart, playing this as if it was a T10, because he's 70 off of just 26 deliveries. And in that innings, there has been 54 runs that have come in maximums. Some serious hitting from Grant Stewart. And the man who's got the best seat in the house at the moment is Marcus Campopiano. He's in some serious hitting at the moment. As But Artie continues. And no surprise really, as they'll just push for the single. Once again, brings Grant Stewart back on strike, and at the moment, anything he touched almost turns to gold. Do Germany have a response to what's been a barrage of sixes at the moment? This time, offside, should just be a single. And it's eventually collected by Muslim Ashraf, and well, Kazi almost pointing out the obvious a little bit, saying Germany need to get rid of Stewart ASAP. I'd have to agree. And it just holds the pace back a little bit. Really tries to give it a tweak, does Barati. Another single though to Campopiano. You can see Stewart, he's lining himself up for some big shots. The wind's helping him now as well. Doesn't quite get all of this one. There's an element of frustration on that one as well. As Peter Klein will do the hard work and collect that for just another single. Campopiano facing up now. Again, seriously slow delivery from Barati. We're asking the question of two. It's turned down. Good fielding in the end though by Justin Broad. You just have to wonder, when is the onslaught going to stop? Stewart 72 off of 28. Final delivery of this over. He wanted a single but doesn't get it. That's a win for Germany. They keep Campopiano on strike at the end of 9. Italy 88 for 1. So you just have to question, you know, what's going on, what's changed. Not a lot really, because if you think back to that last innings that Italy played this morning, it was mostly about the two men that are out in the middle at the moment. This is a story so far. You look at that for Russell Ahmadi. It's not the match he would have wanted so far. 2 overs, 36 runs conceded without a wicket. Isn't what he comes to expect from himself. It has just been the Stewart show really for Italy. Of course, in the county level, he is mostly known for his bowling. But on the international circuit here at the moment, he's proving himself to be the serious batsman. This is a full toss into the leg side. Hasn't quite got all of it, but luckily so, because there was a waiting Klein out at long on, who was there looking to smother the ball. Didn't quite get to him on the full, but it's also a single for Stewart. And now, well, he's hitting into a bit of a tough breeze at the moment. This time to fuller delivery, bit of a full toss. He gets down on the sweep. It's just another single. The thing is that the difference in this case as well for Italy, with such an explosive start, you can give yourself a couple of overs maybe just to ensure you don't lose too many wickets too early. Just ensure you get through and battle all the way. And this time, flicks it away and evades the diving Rahimzai. For yet again, just for another single. There's a lot of excitement around international cricket at the moment. There's no surprise, obviously, with the World Cup going on. This time, just clipped into the leg side foot. They're going to take on the arm. And it's good running in the end. Good work from Campopiano. He called Stewart through pretty much straight away. You run that first one hard, just makes that second one that little bit easier. Campopiano, he's killing a bit flustered out there. It certainly isn't easy running into that breeze whilst it's also about 27 degrees. Short, punched into the offside. Hasn't quite got all of it. Will just be a single. Stewart, well, it's got to be in his mind now. I know many people will be thinking of that C word. This time, the frustration there, feels as if he's missed out, but he won't mind it, keeps Stewart on strike. That does bring us to the end of the first 10 overs and at the halfway stage of the Italian innings. They are 94 for 1. This is a serious improvement from the first match this morning. And there's a lot of applause coming from the Italian squad in the dugout, in the pavilion. You can see there a handful of overs going for above 15. And especially on a ground such as the one we're at here today at Desert Springs, it's not easy to score. Grant Stewart's making it seem like it's child's play out there at the moment. Sticking with spin though, which is an interesting go-to. Barty gone for 11, well this has gone high in the air, it's a big opportunity and it pays off. Sticking with spin ends up paying off for Germany, and it's no surprise that it's that man. It's his 30th international T20 wicket. Mr. Barty gets the big wicket of Grant Stewart. He has to go for a very well made 76. Italy's 94 for 2. Just trying to go for one too many. Takes a step down and then tries to play across the line. It's never going to make life easy. But he has to make the long walk back, but he's got to be pretty chuffed with himself after making 76 off of just 33 deliveries with 9 sixes and 2 fours in his innings. Terrific strike rate of 230 on a ground such as this. It's not an easy task, no matter who you're facing and who you are. But it's a platform that's been built here for Italy. They need to ensure that they go on and get to. You argue that if they don't get to 150, it's a bit of a poor score after the start that they've been given from their opener Stewart. The new batsman coming to the crease he's almost got 10 overs really to sort of give himself an opportunity to make a name for himself here. So the man coming in at number 4, it's a change. It's going to be Fernando. He's the 12th man in the previous game. And this one picking a bit of drift as well. That wind is, of course, pretty much coming across the wicket, which is always going to help Bharati in getting that drift. Why he's such a tricky customer to deal with as a batsman. And that one stays very low. Fernando just has to watch it sail through into Richardson's gloves. He's gone for the big shot. He might fall lucky. He doesn't. It's an excellent catch from Bharati. He did the hard work, he got there, and it looks as if he might have just fallen a little bit short, but the outstretched left hand manages to cling on to the ball, and Fernando has to go for a 2-ball duck, and it's the 3rd wicket to fall in Italy. They now have 94 for 3. And this is exactly what Italy won't be wanting. The last thing they want is a collapse after such an explosive start. But what a catch that was from that man wearing number 3 on his shirt, Shri Vishnu Bharati. He turns around and says, well, if I want it doing right, I'm going to do it myself. It was 90% of the time that ball was in the air, you almost thought that it was going to be falling pretty safe away from all of the fielders that were surrounding it. However, Bharati had other ideas. It's another wicket now, 94 for 3. And that's another batsman that comes out now. That is Anik Ahmed. And it's just showing that Grant Stewart made it look very, very easy, but it's not as easy as it may appear. ECN's asking Corey to become a member. Well, there you go. Corey, you've had your call in, the robot's called you. I've got my homework, you might have yours, mate. Berardi again. Of course, didn't play in that first game. And what a man to come into the second game. It's proving to be crucial. Ahmed survives his first delivery. Gives it a lot of flight, does Berardi. Gives the wind an opportunity to get involved and give it a bit of drift. It's Ahmed who's equal to it, blocks it back, gives it a bit of respect. It's a dot ball to end the 11th, 94 for 3 after 11.
Yeah, mate, it's rough. It's not great.
And this is a big opportunity now for a new bowler. It looks like it's going to be Dylan Blichnout, as he marks his run up. And of course, that previous game was not his finest hour, with the drop catch of a man who ended up going on to make a handful of runs. There's no doubt in this man's ability. Of course, was rather successful in the International Tri-Series a few months back in Krefeld. Of course, it's a different game now, playing on turf. It's a different game ball. Going to flash hard, exactly what Campompiano goes for. Gets a single for his trouble. Bit of chat about becoming a golden ball, part of the golden ball club, and different other variations of members. Of course, isn't obligatory, but if you feel that's what you'd like to go for, you're more than welcome to. It'd be much appreciated. Fuller again, this time outside edge. Tyler Khan's been a busy man in the field so far. Of course, he'll be itching to get back out there with bat in hand. Full toss, flicks off the pads. Again, looking for that second, but excellent fielding yet again from Vishnu Berardi. It's a wild swipe from Anik Ahmed there. And again, this is almost exactly what Italy didn't want. They didn't want Grant Stewart to get out and then end up losing a few wickets in quick succession, because then the pressure just slowly builds again. If there was ever a win percentage, I'm sure it'd be pretty level at the moment. And well, Blichnout thought it was close, certainly down the leg side, and signalled a wide, of course, as is the rules in international T20. Anything down the leg side is a wide. Again, after being at the 10 over mark with 94 on the board, you'd expect 150 as a minimum, really, if you were part of the Italian fan club. Fuller once again come through. They want the second. They're going to take on the arm. They come through pretty comfortably in the end. It was never going to be easy. Two left-handed fielders out on the leg side. And the angle that Mr. Mushtaf was coming round, it meant that he really had to readjust himself and ensure that his balance was there. Tidy over so far, needs to finish off though. And it will be the end of the over with the dot ball, and it will bring up the 100 as well. 103 after 12 overs. Eight overs to go then, here left in the innings. Opportunity to take a look at the standings after that first game. That net run rate, pretty healthy for Germany after that victory. Feeling it's not going to be as plain sailing as this one though. And it is going to be Vishnu Bharati to bowl out his spell here. 2 for 11 off of just 3. And that one, that looks as if it's done quite a lot. Piano doesn't really have much of an idea there. That one just goes on with the arm, straight to Dylan Blichnaut, however. Ever present in the covers at the moment is Dylan. Punched into the leg side. Early call of 2. Once again, unable to turn it over. And this has been really good from Germany. They knew that all it was 1 wicket of Grant Stewart, and they could really pounce on the attack. And that's exactly what they've done here. And again, bit of yes, no, maybe. Direct hit would have been close. No one backing up, however. Don't mind that though from the fielder. That looked like it was Shakur Himzai. Who is certainly more than capable of clearing the boundaries here. We've seen him hit some seriously long hits here on the European Cricket Network. And again, Bharati's just in that tricky area. Just really ask the question of the batsman, do you go forward or backwards? And if you really have to commit to your choice pretty early. Ended up being the down for Fernando, as he ended up just trying to go forward to a delivery that probably wasn't there. And this one clips the pad. It's going to race through. Amadi will give chase. He will cut it off. It's up the hill, so it didn't quite have the legs there. And they'll come back for 2 leg buys. Just clip the pad. I think Richardson was just sort of half appealing just to see if there was anything there. But it's 2 leg buys to finish. And after 13, Italy 105 for 3. Why are these games so boring? I mean, they're actually so long. Of course, this is the Tri Series here. This Grizzly Bear ECI T20 International Tri Series here in Spain. No surprise that the third team participating is Spain, of course, led by ECN's very own Corey Rutgers. They'll be taking part tomorrow morning in their first game. Spin continuing here, and that's a half chance has been put down really. Campopiano, who's going along at 22 now off of 30. Just teasing Amadi a little bit there. It would have been a very good catch if he'd have taken it through the non-striker's legs. Well, they're asking the question here. Umpire has no interest. Richardson was very keen. My initial reaction is height. Looked as if it might have been going over. It clipped him on the hip, so he would have done very well to go on and hit the stumps. Back to live action though. This is just dabbed down to short third man. And they'll come through for a single. There could be buzzers. There will be. That's sloppy from Germany. Lapse of concentration from Talal Khan. this one. Trying to turn this round the corner to a delivery that simply just wasn't there to be turned around. It does come off the pad, so it will be a leg by. But Campopiano, you feel as if he needs to get a bit of a wriggle on here. 22 off of 30. He's got a platform, he needs to push on and convert now. Bit of a leading edge. A turn and bounce from Amadi. Good afternoon. Many apologies. I believe we are back up and running. I do apologise. It's unfortunately out of our hands. But I think we're back up and running, so I do apologise. Glad that there was some form of feed that you were able to watch. As you can see there, 125 at the moment. Just been quietly going about their business at the moment. Obviously, Mead coming out to the middle and joining Campopiano. And I'm getting the confirmation, which is always good. So glad we're back up and running, which is always good. And the decline coming up down the hill, I should say. And they're taking it on. And wow, direct hit would have been close. Almost wonder whether or not he should have gone for the old football approach, but they come through for a single. So Mead survives. 126 for 4 after 17. I hope you all didn't miss me too much whilst I was away. Again, we do apologise. It's unfortunately out of our control, but we believe we've fixed the issue now, so we should be back up and running. And hopefully all cameras as well, and we're back underway. But this is an interesting turn now, as 126 on the board. With 3 overs remaining now, you just have to wonder where are they looking to end up. You look at that projected score; it's about 150. So you just question whether or not this is really where Italy would have wanted to be after being 96 for 1 after 10. They were really looking to try and motor along. I always say in T20 you want to double your score after 10. Justin Broad into the attack. This is short and punished leg side, and it's going to be a boundary. That's certainly going to help proceedings for Italy, and that's also going to make Mead feel a little bit more comfortable out in the middle. It's his first boundary in the tournament. Very nice shot off the hip. 4 more to the total. Appreciate everyone sticking through and sticking with us whilst we overcame that technical issue. Vinny saying that that over and a half, 2 overs, is going to get taken out of my pay, which is always nice. We've gone for the big swing into that onside. Finds the Q end of the bat, however. And it really is a crucial couple of overs these now for Italy, looking to really push on. An attempt to get up to 150, 160 possibly. Anywhere around there, we could be in for an exhilarating end to today's play. In the second innings, it's short and slapped into the leg side. One bounce straight to the man, and again, Italy have been lucky in a sense that when they found the men out in the deep, they've ensured that they haven't really middled it, so they end up getting away with a couple that they often go for. Justin Broad now. Short again, down the ground. There is a man out there. And, oh, well, he's put down the catch. And I'm not too sure as to whether or not he's touched the rope there. My initial reaction is I think he might be okay. Just trying to see confirmation. I think he's okay in a sense that he's not touched the rope, but I think he has put the catch down. Take a look here. He's okay. He stayed well within the play of field. And that comeback, good full Yorker from Broad. But that's still a superb piece of work from Van Heerden down at long on. Quality stop to prevent what would have almost been a certain 6. The catch goes down, but he won't be too disheartened about it at this point in the game. Mead on strike. Fuller again, driven nicely. However, straight to cover. Again, another single. Boundaries are what Italy are looking for at the moment. That single is the end of the 18th. 2 overs remaining, 133 for 4. And as this first innings of match number 2 slowly comes to an end, you have to look to what is going to be coming up in that second innings, and the likes of Talar Khan and Justin Broad, they'll be looking to try and replicate what happened in that first innings, in that first game, I should say. It'll also be interesting to see possibly Michael Richardson with the bat in hand. And Dylan Blichnat as well. He can certainly hit a ball a long way. Here's Dieter Klein. This is up in the air, down the ground, catching opportunity, taken, and taken cleanly by Broad. Coming round to his left, and Mead knew he was going to have to go for it. He hadn't quite struck the ball as cleanly as he would have wished. However, he finds the man out in the deep, into the wind as well. It's never going to be an easy task of clearing the rope, but he finds the man. It's another wicket goes. 5th wicket to fall, 130, 3 for 5. That wicket falling, makes his way towards the pavilion. I think he knows, the skipper, that they've got a decent total on at the moment, and with their attack that they have, and obviously Grant Stewart yet to actually bowl a delivery in this tournament, they know that there's an opportunity for them to get one back on Germany here today and make it 1-1 in terms of the back-to-back series that they've got between the two of them this afternoon. Out to the crease, joins Marcus Campopiano. He's on 32 off of 43 yet again. Just hasn't been able to quite get things ticking along as quickly as you would come to expect in a T20 inning, striking at just under 75 with just 1-4 to his name. Just that lack of boundaries from anyone apart from Grant Stewart has just put a spanner in the works for Italy. This is again shorter from Klein. Will just be one. Brings Campopiano back on strike. Of course, plenty of cricket here in Spain as well this weekend. I know the national final is taking place, so the winner of that will of course be the ECL representative alongside Pakai Care next year in the ECL. Trying to get fancy, trying to get the ramp out. Klein just sort of having a word with Campopiano. Didn't seem too impressed with that one. Campopiano just trying to ramp that over, but Klein, of course, trying to follow him up really. Gets punished with the leg side wide. He's going to have to bowl this one again. At the moment, struggling to get up to that 155, 160 at this rate. Wow, this is over the man at cover. This is going to run away. The chase is on, and he is going to get there. Good teamwork. Wow, run out could be close here. And wow, ended up being excellent bit of work from Nakashin, but after to get the throw in, Klein just wasn't able to gather that one up, take it cleanly. I know many will be interested to know that Spain look like they're just turning up for a bit of an afternoon session. Corey Rutgers just walked behind me a matter of moments ago. I can see some of the other ECN favourites are just walking behind me as well. This is a wild swing from Singh. Bit of an inside edge onto the pad. Yet again, and they come through for the single. Yeah, a couple of ECN favourites, of course. Cami, Hitman Cameron is just turned up. Ihsan, Prince Daman as well. So obviously Prince Daman yet to actually, and Ihsan as well, yet to play for Spain in an international T20 game. Of course, played in the ECC, had a very successful tournament in both of them, in fact. This one just clatters into him yet again. Just see here, that one is could be a little bit sore. I think he might have got away with one there. But what a tournament this is going to be, and I'm sure the next 2 days are going to be as exciting, if not more than today. Spain taking on both Italy and Germany. I think all of these games this weekend are thrillers due to the talent that is on show. Campopiano just too early on it, and a run out could be close here. Oh, and that's another missed opportunity. Klein unable to get that boot out. It's fortunate that he's into cricket, because I'm not sure he would get into the German football team. Anyway, single to end the over. 140 for 5 after 19 overs. Single over remaining. 10 gets them to 150. But if you're Italy, in context of how today's gone, you pretty content with 150 or more on the board after being bowled out for 108 only a matter of hours ago. It is going to be Justin Broad to bowl this final over then. Final overtime then here in the first innings of match number 2. It's a full toss. It's driven nicely. It evades the diving man at cover. Campopiano comes back for the second. We're trying to feed him as much of the strike now. He's faced a lot of deliveries here. See here, just knees it more than anything. I think that's Abdul Shakur Himzai, ever present in the cover region. Not easy on the square here. Bumps and runs on a lot of different ways. This is a bit of an inside edge. Chases on for Russell Amadi. He will cut it off. It won't be a boundary. Be another 2 runs to the total. Yet again, Campopiano, he's just sort of been there. He's been the anchor, which I don't mind in a T20 innings. It is crucial to have someone that will be there and do the nitty-gritty stuff and ensure that they get back through their 20 overs, which they obviously failed to do previously. Again, a fuller delivery. Excellent death bowling from Justin Broad, has to be said. So 6 required to get to that 150. I think if they'll be pretty content with 150 on the board if they can get that. And again, an excellent wide Yorker from Justin Broad. That is textbook stuff from the German international. Ensuring it's within that blue line you can see on your screen just above Richardson's head. That's that wide line that the umpires have got to base it off. Anything inside that, then you're well within the laws of the game to remain bowling there. It gets funky. Doesn't quite come off the way that it was planned to. He does get enough on it. However, Talal Khan does well and keeps it to just the 2, and eventually we'll get home for that second. Although Gurpreet Singh he's already had 1 embarrassing run out today. Doesn't want to make it 2. Campopiano moves to 42 now off of 51 deliveries. He will be looking to try and elevate this out of the ground. I think he knows that he needs to work on that element of his game. What can he do here? Final ball. It's an excellent bit of bowling. They're going to take on Richardson. However, Richardson will win the race, and Singh will be run out for the 2nd time here today. But it will mean that Italy will finish on 146 for 5. And well, if you go back to what happened this morning, I think there'll be, as an Italian fan, you'd be pretty happy to be able to finish on 146. However, when you're on 96 for 1 after 10 overs, you'll be a little bit upset to be going at 5s for the remaining 10 overs, or the second 10 overs of your 20 over inning. And Italy have set Germany 147 for victory. And the Germans walk off, and I think they know that they've got a bit more of a competition on their hands this time. They feel that they'll probably be feeling that they may, well, first of all, you have to remember that they'll be quite content in the fact that they were able to get Grant Stewart when they did. You know, going at 230 in a T20 international innings is not an easy task to complete. But Grant Stewart made it look very, very easy out in the middle, finishing with 9 sixes to his name, just a mere 2 4s as well. Ended up on 76 off of 33. We can go ahead and take a look at the highlights. It's that man there, Grant Stewart, played an excellent innings throughout this match. He was helped to the top for a short amount of time by Walid Rana. However, Grant Stewart with some excellent hittings, both leg side and in the offside. In terms of his innings alone, 60 runs were on the onside, 16 on the off, with 24 runs coming in that mid-wicket region. Just goes to show that if you're powerful enough, it doesn't matter how far you hit it. That was an interesting bit of fielding early on. And it was the partnership between Grant Stewart and Marcus Campopiano who ended up doing most of the damage alongside Stewart. But those were some of the big hits down the ground, weren't they? There was some outrageous hitting, but also there were some textbook shots from Stewart as well. And you can hit the ball as powerfully and well as Grant Stewart can, then there's no point in nerdling around when you can just absolutely demolish the ball into all parts of the ground. In terms of the bowlers though, there were some elements of promise once again for Germany. No surprise to see that the likes of Barati was crucial in his 4 overs, going for only 2 wickets in his 4 overs, picking up 2 wickets for 14 runs as well. There was a maiden in there as well. Plenty of maidens, yeah, but that was an opportunity there. Grant Stewart again was pretty promising and just pretty excellent really for Italy. That was a really good bit of work from Joshua van Heerden though. He was disappointed that he didn't take the catch, but he will know that he certainly prevented it from running over towards anything more than what it was. So Italy will finish on 146 for 6 after their 20 overs. Germany require 147 runs for victory. You're watching the Grizzly Bear ECI Spanish T20I Tri-Series here with myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network. Good afternoon and welcome back to Desert Springs here in the south of Spain, where the wind's picked up and hopefully the cricket will as well, because we've got an excellent chase on our hands here. Germany, they have been set 147 for victory here in match number 2 of the tournament. And it certainly is getting very, very windy here this afternoon. And there is no surprise to see that at the top of the order for Germany, Talha Khan alongside Justin Broad, who put on a very successful 108 for no loss in that first game to win that game in match number 1. And again, there is a big opportunity here for Italy to get one back on the Germans after losing that first game this morning. A very warm welcome to everybody tuning in, whether it be on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel or on Fancode in India. I do hope you're all well, and I know you're all excited for what is set to be a cracker of a second innings here. Of course, 2 T20 matches a day here at the moment. Of course, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then we start the European Cricket Series Barcelona on Monday morning. So I know there's a lot of people looking forward to that. We're ready to get things underway. Justin Broad looking to get on the attack straight away, and eventually it's going to be 2 to the total. So a good start for Broad, who looks to get on the front foot from the off. Looking into it now, this is a big ask for Germany. It's not an easy total to chase. Wild swipe to the wider delivery from Ahmed. Italy need to get to a couple of early wickets here in the power play. This is driven nicely as take on the arm of Grant Stewart. And again, I'm not too sure as to whether or not we will be seeing Grant Stewart with the ball in hand. It looks to me as if he's being played as a batsman here in this tournament, which to be honest with you, it's not too much of an issue, as you know, he's gone on and made 2 back-to-back half centuries and finishing on 76 in that previous innings in this game. Brings Talha Khan, who isn't coming off the back of a half century, of course, as well in that first game. This is up in the air and just evades the diving man in the covers. It was Padusha Fernando who was diving to his left. Unfortunately, wasn't quite able to get there, so Talha Khan gets an early life, really. It's a half chance. And if Italy are going to go ahead and really try and pounce on the opportunity that they're given here with a decent total on the board, they need to take those half chances. This time, back of the length, and they take the quick single. That's good running. That was an element that we saw in that first game between these two, was the idea that, you know, run that first one hard and have clear communication in the middle, and everything else will come. And that's exactly what we're seeing early on here. We knew as soon as that ball went short that he was just going to rock back, just try and fend it into that onside and come through for a quick single. And that's exactly what they did in the end. So good, promising stuff here. Gets down on one knee, tries to get a little bit funky, does Broad. And this one, just round the corner from Khan. And again, it's just a single. Good work in the end from Singh. course, there's a few different names in the Italy squad, but at the end of the first, a good over for Germany. Above the rate, going at 9. 9 for none after 1. Of course, some different names in this Italy squad for this second game. Of course, we mentioned the story of a Chinthas Danu one. You've also got the likes of course, Salah in there, who can be useful with the ball. Singh we saw early in the first game, didn't quite come off for him, but he will be hoping that he can go ahead and improve on his display this morning. Now battling the elements a little bit at the moment. Wind has really picked up this afternoon. Not making life easy for anyone, especially the players. It's going to be a bit of spin to start us off here. Looks like it's going to be Kosala. He starts with a leg side wide, not the start any bowler wants to see. You see it time and time again, though, in European cricket, that bowlers tend to start with a wide. That's exactly what Kosala's done here. Khan pulls into the leg side, hit firmly, to be frank, off of, didn't seem to be an aggressive stroke. It's just a single, brings Justin Broad back on strike. You can see that man who's doing a lot of the work in the middle in terms of Italy's captaincy is Campopiano. Of course, the skipper is officially Gianpiero Mead, and of course he will be having a say on proceedings. But with the likes of Campopiano and Grant Stewart, you know, players with some serious experience, it doesn't hurt to listen to those sort of players. Justin Broad cutting this away into the offside. That man there he is. He's a mountain of a man. Scored an incredible, absolutely incredible 76 off of only 33 deliveries in that first innings. Justin Broad just coming down the track. You can see that Broad's he's a very twitchy player, not in a negative sense. He just likes to move around. He likes to feel those feet going pretty early in the innings. He's a little bit early on the sweep shot here. It's off the toe, just gone sky high, and they're going to take on the arm. Could be close, and well, the keeper didn't quite take it cleanly. There was appeals from all around the ground. However, you see here, a little bit early on the sweep shot, and it rolls through. He doesn't take it. Would have been close. He doesn't take it cleanly. Does the man with the gloves once again is Pathiraji Sadev. Justin Broad remains on strike, survives another day. It's an opportunity miss yet again. These half chances are those that need to be taken if you're an Italy fan. Pierces through the offside. That's going to be 4 more. It's a lovely shot from Justin Broad. He watches this all the way onto the back, plays it right underneath his nose, and times it to perfection. 4 more. It's a really good shot from Justin Broad. It took him 14 overs in that previous game to get his first boundary. He's got one now. That will certainly do his confidence a world of good. This time pushes it for pace a little bit, does Kosala. And it will bring us to the end of the second. Germany going well though. 17 for none after 2. You can see obviously we are surrounded by some derelict land, so it's all getting a little bit dusty in different places around here, but this is the story so far today. Just the one game before this morning's T20 between the two sides you see on your screens at the moment, Germany and Italy. Of course, Germany taking a victory by 10 wickets, doing their nut run rate a wealth of good as well, and also getting some very valuable ranking points. Continuing here though, is Ahmed on the drive, and it's been put down, tipped over the bar by Damit Kosala, and he tips it over the bar for 4 runs. And once again, batsman living life on the edge. It's Salah Khan once again. You can see here, just pushes it over the bar, and he races away. Arshaful saying he's at Sydney for England versus Sri Lanka. Very enjoy that, Ashraf. I hope you enjoy it. And this one just clips the pad on the way through. It's a good stop in the end for Sadev. Do let us know where you're all watching from, of course. I know that many are switching between here and Malta. Obviously the coverage in Malta in that 4th quarter final between the Edex Knights and the American University of Malta still going on. And he's gone aggressive, could be an opportunity. Grant Stewart's underneath it, and he just misses out, and it could run away. It doesn't, he eventually gets the dive in. But it was just moving away with the wind. It was never going to be easy. He's going at it with hard hands here, is Khan. You can see there, it was always going to be running away, but he does well to maintain his composure and get himself back up and collect it in. It only cost them the 2 runs. There's a change in field as well. Grant Stewart comes into cover. Campopiano goes back out to long on. Christian long off for Tyler Khan, of course. Just drops and runs this into the leg offside once again. Good running though. That was something we saw in the last game, didn't we? There was a severe understanding and clear communication between these two. It's a nice opening partnership. I like it because Tyler Khan seems to be the more aggressive of the two, but Broad is also more than capable of clearing the rope and taking the attack to the bowlers. And this one, he gets a finger on it, does Ahmed. Doesn't stop them from conceding the single though. Broad, again, just saying there, a bit of a variation possibly, but he's very, very strong down the ground is Broad. It's no surprise, his setup. Got a very wide stance, but his weight is pretty dead set on that front foot. And this one finds an outside edge with soft hands, enables Salah Khan. It eventually just runs down to short 3rd man. You can see there the wind is certainly, you can see it on their shirts. It's certainly in play. That brings us to the end of the 3rd. Germany 26 for none. Looks like it's going to be Anmoldeep Singh. Singh is going to be taking this over hit, the 4th over from this near end. Of course, we didn't get an opportunity to see the rest of the lineup for Germany, so I think, for me, I would be keen to see what Germany have left in their locker. There's obviously some very capable batsmen, of course. Short, this is just turned around the corner by Tyler Khan. opportunity just to say a huge thank you to everyone for tuning in today. Thoroughly enjoyed the first day. First of 3 days, that is, of course, here for the Tri-Series in Desert Springs. Again, do apologise for the technical issues that we've had throughout the day. Unfortunately, it's just a little bit out of our control. Hope it will be smooth sailing by tomorrow. Of course, 2 big games, Spain, Italy, and Spain versus Germany. Massive games in the game, but this is driven sweetly by Justin Broad, and that will be another boundary. Doesn't quite get better than that. Pressing forward, and you could just tell that his setup just opens him up really nice. He takes a bit of a press forward and allows him just to get those hands through the ball and punishes it down the ground. Lovely shot, 4 more. Edith showing their excitement for Spain. There's a lot of Spanish fans, I know that for a fact. There'll be a few spectators in as well, I imagine. The resort that we're on is pretty busy at the moment due to another golf tournament as well. This is into the pads, and good response from Singh. Holds his line, just changes his length ever so slightly. Again, Salah Khan, this time, this is out. You can see there, that wind is firmly across right to left now on your screen. It is affecting things here. Salah Khan this time goes aerial over the top. Hasn't quite got all of it, plugs ever so slightly. But I think he's done enough there. It's Walid Rana. Looks to me as if he did okay. In slow-mo might tell you something different. However, doesn't matter. Benefit of the doubt, of course, goes to the fielding team. Obviously, you don't get use of the replay system to check, but to me, he's fine there. He's done really well. Excellent work again by the production team here today. It's not been easy, but they've done really well. This time, driven once again. This time it's straight to Walid Rana. A little bit easier. Collects it again. But no, that brings us to the close of the 4. 34 for none. Production crew have been very, very good today. It's not been easy. Difficult conditions, trying to deal with the wind and new locations, but they've all been solid. All been very, very good. We do apologise for all the technical issues we had earlier today, but we're here now. And that's where we are, here at Desert Springs in Almeria, in the south of Spain. It's a beautiful place to play cricket. It's not our first time here, of course. We were here earlier in the year. Vinny was covering the Tri-Series between Spain, Germany and Guernsey. Correction, Norway and Guernsey, not Germany. Then we went, of course, covered Germany versus Sweden and Austria. And then Italy, of course, took part in the ECC. But all 3 nations have had successful campaigns this season. I'll certainly be hoping that they continue their good form here this week. And of course, for those that aren't aware, vital ICC ranking points on play here this weekend. This is full up yet again. Driven down the ground by Broad. It's a single, brings Salah Khan back on strike, quietly going about his own business really, 16 off 13. Kiani saying, I hope they have a Nordic Cup, Norway, Sweden, Denmark and Finland. Well, there was a bit of a Nordic feeling in a group in the ECC. I believe it was Group C, I have to call off memory. Salah Khan just pushes this into the offside for another single. There's a very Nordic feeling about that one. But the ICC, well, there could be buzzers here, and they don't take it on eventually. It was a really good throw by Campopiano. I think he was a little bit annoyed that he actually hit the stumps on the full. Doesn't cost him anything though, luckily enough. But of course, no, the ECC, what a tournament that was, 5 weeks. in Cardamania. Rico, Vinny, and Corey doing an excellent job, and all the crew as well. Those that you don't see in the background, the blue crew and the office staff as well. There's an excellent digital crew as well. It was an excellent tournament. 5 weeks, just pure cricket. Gets on the sweep early, does broad. He likes playing it round the corner. But it was a serious spectacle of cricket for 5 weeks, and then topped off by the partners stream the day after. There was a few viral moments that came out of that game. It was some very funny moments. There was a few blue crew players in there as well. Samir was playing. Samir is one of our scorers today for this tournament, and Mike also, our PM. Michael was playing, and wow, this is down the ground. It's a lovely shot from Talal Khan, and that looks as if it's gone all the way, and it has. It's a very nice shot. Got that front leg out of the way, and just allowed that front glove and front hand to really come over. That was a really nice shot. 6 to the total. There's a really nice shot there from Talal Khan. Just shows if it is in the slot, he will punish you down the ground. It's where we've seen him take it on time and time again. In that innings in the first game of 70. No surprise that a lot of his runs came down the ground. This time, good cricket. It's what you like to see, traditional cricket. Hit the big boundary. Very next delivery, just rotate the strike. Our PM for the weekend has just joined me in the commentary hut. And he's laughing because I mentioned the partners game at the end of the ECC. There's a bit of a giggle. There was a competition between Samir and Michael, which I won't go into, but it was a bit of friendly competition anyway. It's been called a no ball, possibly for front foot. We've seen it a couple of times with Italy. So it will be a free hit. It's a good opportunity for Broad to kick-start his innings again. He just seems to have got a little bit dagged down a little bit. Free hit time. Justin Broad, is he going to capitalise on the opportunity? He gets a bit of bat on this. It's going to race away. Going to take some cutting off. It's electric on this outfield, and it's going to be another boundary. So this time, the free hit gets capitalised on, and it's 4 more. That certainly raced away along the carpet of an outfield hit. Only got a bit of a bottom edge more than anything. So that time, getting capitalised a little bit more on the free hit, which is good to see. Skip up into the attack now. Talal Khan on the front foot this time. Skipper, of course, Jean-Pierre Omid, was a little bit disheartened this morning after the start that Italy had. However, it's always about how you come back more than anything. And Italy looked to be a little bit more promising this time. Again, just trying to sort of dab this down in trying to find the gap. Justin Broad almost clattering into the wicket keeper. And yet again, this isn't easy. It's not going to be an easy task, this, of course, but they are sort of keeping up with the run rate. If anything, they are above it at the moment, Germany. 40, that'll be their 50 up, in fact. 50 for none after 5.1 overs. Do just feel that the German side might just be a level above the Italians at the moment. Clipped off the legs firmly. Find the man straight away. Will just be another single. these two still pretty comfortable at the crease at the moment. Germany are yet to lose a wicket. And that one, that's done all sorts. Talat Khan is almost saying, well, I don't really know how I've managed to keep out of the way of that, but I'm glad I have. Mead looks as if he almost rolled his fingers down the side of the ball there. Talat Khan just sort of has a look at the pitch and just almost tells it to behave itself. Germany yet to lose a wicket here in this tournament. And this one just stays in the pitch a little bit. Talat Khan adjusts well. They take on the arm of Piano. In fact, they turn around and decide not to. Talat Khan arguing that there was the possibility of another run there, but they don't take it on. However, when you're above the run rate as much as they are so far, you can't really complain too much. This game is just swinging into Germany's favour ever so slightly at the moment. Short ball, Broad has hit this firmly. It takes some cutting off, gets there in the end. It's actually good work by Kusal. He's been busy this inning so far. It really just goes to show that sometimes when it's your day, it's going to follow you around. Brings us to the end of the power play. And if you're a Germany fan, you're going to be rather content with the proceedings so far here in Spain. Germany are 53 for none after 6. Why is this cricket so boring? It actually is just boring. What? I have no idea, mate. I can't hear anything. Turn it down then. So still to lose a wicket in almost, what is the equivalent to virtually 20 overs now, are Germany. And they go back to the spin option here of Kusala. Said he'd been busy, he's going to be even busier now. He's back into the attack, and they could severely do with the wicket, whilst ensuring that the flow of runs are stemmed. But unfortunately, Talat Khan and Justin Broad just seem to be a little bit too much for Italy. They take on the arm. It's excellent running again. There could be an opportunity for buzzers. They won't take it on. Talat Khan was almost very keen for it. See here, just his timing, even though he doesn't seem to, the feet aren't overly active. However, his hand-eye coordination is very, very good. It just makes it so elegant to watch. However, this time could be in trouble, and he is. And this time the wicket will fall. It's the first wicket for Italy in the entire tournament. And Talat Khan, he has to go for a well-made 28. However, just trying to sweep one too many. And you'd argue, well, how far down is he? But unfortunately, when you go down to sweep against a spinner, it's very rare that the call will go your way. But Talat Khan has to go for a well-made 28 off 22. First wicket falls, Germany, 56 for 1. You can see in the huddle who's most active in that conversation. No surprise to see Grant Stewart. There's Justin Broad there on your screen at the moment. He's the in batsman. He's going to have a big opportunity to convert this into a decent score now. It's shared pretty evenly. But this also gives us an opportunity to take a look at another German batsman, someone who we haven't seen yet here on the ECN. It's going to be Joshua van Heerden. 12th man doing his excellent duties. Italy will be happy to get that first wicket, even though they may feel as if they were a little bit hard done by in the field last time around. They'll be glad to see that they've got a wicket in that column now. New batsman again, as I mentioned, Van Heerden. He's Played a lot of his cricket all over the world. Under 19, South Africa representative. He's played 19 first-class games as well, so plenty of experience for the young man. He's facing up for his first delivery here. He's off the mark straight away, just clipped into the onside. Off the mark with a single. Do you think Italy are really slow? Like they're just slow in the field? No? 6 overs feels like taking forever. Brings Broad back on strike. 25 off 17 for him. He's given a full toss, doesn't attempt to punish it. Just clips it into the leg side. Of course, singles will get them close. Singles won't just be enough. That run rate at 6.66 exactly at the moment. Of course, at this stage, though, Italy were getting off to a bit of a flyer due to one man, really. Van Heerden trying to cut this into the offside. Doesn't quite find the gap, finds Grant Stewart. Just seems to be a bit of a magnet at the moment. Wherever he goes, the ball will follow. Driven and driven confidently, and it will get through. Gets through Chintha Danuwan. That's another single to the total, and to Van Heerden's score as well. That brings us to the close of the 7th. Germany go ticking along pretty nicely at 59 for 1. On the board then, with the in-batsman of Justin Broad still there. 26 off of 18 for himself. Van Heerden coming in at number 3. There's also plenty of, I'm sure there's plenty of batting still to come. The likes of Dylan Blichenhout can certainly hit a long ball. Michael Richardson as well. Very evenly matched tournament, I think, really, with all 3 teams pretty closely bunched up in the rankings at 29, 35 and 36. Italy the highest of the 3. Here is a skipper Mead continuing. Pushing an extra yard of pace or 2. Might just be the pure aggression after this morning upset. Oh dear, we could have another injury here. This one doesn't look good. As soon as he picked it up, that's not what you like to see. He's walking on it very gingerly at the moment. That's Gurpreet Singh out there, who has been pretty key with both bat and ball in hand. It seems as if he's walking it off though, although he's now hunched over. He doesn't look comfortable. Here he is again. Mead's gone over to ask if he's okay. He's going to swap him out already. It's a young squad. Gurpreet Singh, although he's running towards his spot, so I don't think it's going to be. I don't think it could be that bad, but better to be safe than sorry. To be fair to them. Getting a bit of in movement off the seam is Mead. That one could have been close. I think Mead just saying don't need to be too aggressive in Ikame. They were going to get back pretty comfortably. Broad back on strike, 26 for him at the moment. Van Heerden's just doing what he needs to do. He just needs to get the in-batsman back on strike. But you can see that Broad is set up well for shots down the ground. Again, met with a full face to bat, and Mead unable to get a hand on it, and it's another single. And things just slowing down a little bit for Germany so far. Of course, it was the 6th and the 8th over for Italy, with 20 and 19 coming off of each one respectively, with a hat-trick of 6s in both. Due to one man though, Grant Stewart. This is short, very short in fact. Van Heerden hits it down and it's good running, comes back for the second. I think he knew as soon as he hit that he wanted to. Run that first one hard, just makes life 10 times easier. He needs to finish off this over. It's been a pretty tidy over so far. Another shorter ball, and again, keeping it to a dot ball here. 6 off the over so far. We haven't had a boundary since the 5th over. Italy just trying to keep themselves in this game. If they can take it deep, they feel they'll have a chance. Slower ball this time. Van Heerden picks it pretty easily. He'll keep the strike with the single. And that brings us to the end of the 8th. Germany are 66 for 1. Sorry, mate. Pass my bag, please. So if you look at proceedings so far, 66 for 1 after 8. That run rate now just creeping up a little bit to 6 3/4. And this time, into the leg side for a single. And now continuing with it. Continuing here with the spin. Swept hard by Broad. Down the ground from Van Heerden. Goes to meet the bowler halfway. And again, this is it's a sticky period for both teams really, because Italy could ideally do with another wicket or two just to try and get into the middle order of Germany. Broad with a flash of the bat. Doesn't find the middle. Should just be 1. Van Heerden's taken on the throw. They throw to the wrong end, if anything. It's a comfortable 2 in the end. Germany, they just need to do as they're doing. I mean, a couple of boundaries wouldn't hurt them, that's for sure. Boundaries would certainly not help, would not hurt them whatsoever. Do need 1 or 2 every now and then. Broad again, just slaps this into the offside. This time it will just be 1. So Broad will keep the strike. He moves on to 31 off of just 22 deliveries. And Germany 72 for 1 after 9. If you are involved in the live chat, go ahead and let us know where you're watching from. Let's have a lurkers call out. Get involved in the live chat. The last 11 overs of the day's play here. This is the story for the bowlers so far. Casala's been pretty consistent with his picking up the first wicket for Italy in this tournament as well. And the likes of Singh going for just the 8 off of his 1 over. Walid Rana going for 15, however, probably wasn't how he envisioned his first over of this tri-series going. It's just a bit of a change, obviously. Big field here, so very large playing area. Facilities are top quality here. Not only have you got the playing field, obviously where we are, there's training facilities about a 2-minute walk just across the field. Here's Fernando. Starts with a wide down leg side. Broad happy to watch that fly past his leg stump. Just see here, just flies past. Again, Sadev he's just struggled a little bit today with the gloves. Possibly not finding it easy to adjust to the turf wicket. You talk about turf as an adjustment for batsmen, but for wicket keepers, it's just as much as this is going to be another boundary. This is going to be another 4. Straight into where I am. There I am. Hello. It's another 4 there, and this time Justin Broad getting in on the action. Very nice indeed from that man. Just keeps tall, watches it all the way, punishes it all the way. It's a beautiful shot in the end. It's another 4, and that will certainly help proceedings for Germany. You can see at the moment Italy are ahead, but it was, of course, due to Grant Stewart having a little bit of fun himself. Short yet again. This time into the leg side. Needs a response here, does Fernando. He's opting for the short stuff, which I don't mind if you can execute it. And this one, again, is wide. It's just struggling ever so slightly now. Is Fernando. He just can't seem to quite get his line and length right. And again, isn't quite able to dispatch that in the right manner with the ball in hand, and he's just needs to just settle the nerves a little bit. He needs it. Again, another wide. Struggling now. Making the scorer's life a little bit miserable. Cricket John, he's calling for Grant Stewart. There may be an injury that we don't know about. You know, there may be, you know, the issue with, obviously, with players coming from the counties, they may have other commitments that we don't know about, and there may be different scenarios that just restricts them from playing in that certain manner. So you just never know. But of course, his bowling is a big loss. This is again another single this time. Justin Broad, he's batted well for his 36 so far. Needs to convert this start though, and again, correct shot, leg side. So met with a straight bat, not really anything that's cross-batted from Broad. And again, Fernando getting applause for getting it right. Back onto the right areas. Fernando, 2 deliveries remaining. He's just looking to close out the over here. Nice shot from Van Heerden. Might have found the gap. He hasn't. It's excellent work in the end, out in the deep from Marcus Campopiano. It was not easy. Actually, a really pleasant shot in the end from Van Heerden, but he did well to get enough on it. He ended up taking it pretty cleanly himself. Keeps it to just the 2 runs. Good afternoon to Julian, saying they're out of breath. Just rushed over from Malta. There's some very, very interesting chat from Vinny as well. Fernando continuing, looking to finish off the over. He will do so with just a single. And that will bring us to the halfway stage at the end of 10. Germany comfortably going along at a pretty decent rate, 85 for 1. So Vinny saying, me too, should have split a cab. Well, that's some interesting chat from Vinny. Obviously been a long day out in the sun. This is a story so far though, isn't it? Halfway stage, just a quarter of this game to go now. And it still hangs in the balance really. A couple of wickets can change the game for Italy. That's all they are, that's all they need. But Germany, they just look as if they're motoring along in sort of cruise control really. Don't look as if they're being asked many questions in terms of how they're going to go ahead and take on this total. It just seems as if any poor delivery they're going to try and dispatch, and anything apart from that they're just going to rotate between the 1s and 2s. And then of course there are a couple of 3s available on this ground due to its size. Right in the block hole. Good start from Walid Rana. It should have just been a dot ball, however, it gets through the new one, and it's a single, which brings Justin Broad back on strike. 37 for him. That half century will be in his mind now. He'll be hoping that he can go ahead and convert. He's looked solid throughout his innings so far, and again clips well into that leg side. And it is again another 2 to the total for Germany. No surprise, Justin Broad really playing for Surrey, second 11. Justin Broad playing pretty well here so far though. This time leg side. Once again clipped off the hip. They take on the arm, and a good throw may have had him in trouble, but it was very wayward from the man coming in from deep square leg. That's Padusha Fernando. He's got a highest score of 62 in international cricket, so he knows how to get it done. Strike rate of around 117 as an average. He has got 250s to his name as well. He'll be looking to add a third here, that's for certain. Gets down to sweep. There is no one really covering that region. There's a deep square and a man on the 45-degree angle, but apart from that, there is a big gap that he's looking to try and penetrate through that leg side. As for the rest of his career, he's played against the likes of Ireland and Bahrain and Philippines as well, and the UAE. So he's an experienced campaigner, is Justin Broad. Deep in his crease was Van Heerden. He's got a runnable 15, make that runnable 16. But Broad's had a very good, successful year this year in terms of his international career, averaging just under 50, averaging 49 precisely. There's no surprises. We're watching him here in full flow. This is a full toss. It's an opportunity high in the air. It's going to fall safely. He gets a little bit lucky as the slower full toss almost doesn't completely. Right off the edge of the bat. So Rana almost took a bit of a sneaky wicket with him. At the end of the 11th, Germany cruising at 93 for 1. Looking at Joshua Van Heerden here for Germany. He's played a total of 19 first-class matches. He's got an average of 34.5, which is not a small small average for anyone in the game of cricket. Six first-class half-centuries as well to his name in the longer format of the game. In T20s, though, currently averaging around 27 in his career. This is his debut, first 2 games for Germany. Here is Singh. Broad just clips into the leg side. Questioning too. Van Heerden, he's young and he's quick, and he's going to come back. It wasn't as comfortable as it might first have seemed, but he does get back safely. And in his mind, there was never any doubt. But I think for any German viewers, there was a little bit of a tweak, bit of a twitch. He comes back safely though, does well. You can see here, direct hit would have been gone by quite a fair distance. Survives. Well, that's going to be 5 wides down the leg side. As not even the keeper, Patadaji Sadev, was able to get anything on this one. That's just been the issue for Italy. As their extras, they've conceded quite a few this innings. It's now up to 10 in extras this total. So that also brought up the 100 for Germany as well. And things just go from bad to worse for Italy. They've set a pretty defendable total. It just doesn't quite want to come off for them today. Of course, this game is all but over. However, when you require 47 off less than 53 deliveries, this is a bit of an inside edge, and down to the man at short, third man. And they come through for another single. Broad moves on to 46. There's a bit of chat about Grant Stewart not bowling. Then there has to be an issue or a reason, I'm sure. Again, comfortably into the leg side for a single. There must be a reason of some form, which I'll do my best investigative work to find out. Got some homework already set by the robot, which is always nice. But we'll see what's happening with Grant Stewart. It doesn't seem to be affecting his batting, that's for sure. Slower ball, right on the Q end of the bat. Broad's eyes, I think they lit up when they saw that it was a slower ball, but it was just a little bit too early on it. He again moves on to 47. It's less than a hit away for that half century of his now. It would be his 3rd international one, of course. Rides the bounce of this one, does Van Heerden. Brings his strike rate down below 100. It's a welcome dot ball for Singh. Final delivery of this over for Singh. Short, Van Heerden clips well, but again, it's bowling to his field. I don't mind this. The new one will collect the scraps, and at the end of 12, Germany require 43 for victory. Germany 104 for 1 at the end of 12 overs. So we're slowly coming towards the end of today's play. It's been a very interesting day of international cricket here at Desert Springs, the Desert Springs Cricket Ground. This is the story so far, and you imagine that Germany are going to go ahead and put 4 points to their name, taking 2 from 2. Italy, they'll be disappointed with how they went this morning. Obviously a below par of 100 and below par of 108 in that first innings, in that first game this morning. And from what I'm seeing to my left, seems as if Gurpreet Singh is finally going to be going off due to an injury. So third man, Dinuk Samarawickrama, will make his way onto the field, I believe. And it looks as if it is going to be the infamous ECN, almost legend really, the young Achintha Danuwan. He's going to be coming on to bowl. That's well bowled. Nice and full, driven nicely from Van Heerden. If I'm not mistaken, I believe he is the first of two 17-year-olds in this tournament. We have this weekend. Obviously, we have got the new one. We've also got Charlie Remistrovic for Spain. Shorter delivery, and this will just be pushed into the leg side by Justin Broad. The new one, born in 2004. I'm sure that'll scare a few viewers. Played for Kent Lanka, and 9 wickets in that tournament as well. Played so well that he got himself a call up into the national squad. So obviously huge congratulations to him, making his debut here in this game, getting a bowl as well, which is always nice to see. It might be in a bit of a game, but this game certainly isn't lost. This is a situation here, so it's not just that sort of moment where you just go, right, the game's gone, let's just rotate. It certainly isn't. You know, 41 off of 46 isn't all but done. Good slower ball, and it's unlucky. It's pierced through the field, and this is going to race away, and it will be a boundary. And it's a lovely way for Justin Broad to bring up his 3rd international T20 50 with a lovely cover drive, and he does it in style, and it's 52 off of just 34 deliveries. An excellent bit of batting. He's almost there. He's just got a little bit more to go to bring his team home here. Hanya asking after this match, do we have another one? No, this is the final one. Well, up in the air, and it's actually an excellent catch. A really good piece of work from the skipper, Jean-Pierre Romide, setting by example. And what a moment for Danuwan. He gets his first international wicket, the young 17-year-old. And Justin Broad has to go after just making his 3rd international 50. Excellent catch by the skipper. And it's the 2nd wicket to fall Germany, 111 for 2. So Van Heerden, he loses his partner. He has to go for a very well-made 52 off of 35 deliveries. What a moment that is for Danuwan. That could change the game, of course. As I said, I mean, that boundary does change it a little bit, but 36 off of 43 deliveries. The Broad comes off to a round of applause from everybody. And new batsman to the crease. This game isn't over. Job's not done. But what a moment for Achintha Danuwan, of course, on his international debut, picking up the wicket of a very, very talented batsman of Justin Broad, playing, plays Surrey 2nd 11 for a reason. Another slower ball. There's excellent bit of work. And you can just see that wicket's just changed the game a little bit for Italy here. And that brings an end to a very impressive first over in international cricket for Danuwan. Just 7 off it, but also crucially picking up the wicket of Justin Broad. Germany are 111 for 2 after 13. As I said, this is the crucial element, though, for cricket in Europe, isn't it? Is to have youngsters coming through the systems that go on and make their debuts, and for the likes of Danuwan and, of course, Charlie Remistrovic for Spain, they are the future of cricket in Europe. So the future is certainly very, very bright, and we're going to see a change in bowling, as it's going to be Marcus Campopiano is coming into the attack. So Richardson, the skipper, coming out to the middle to join Van Heerden. Here is Campopiano. A bit of right arm tweaks. Starts well on the money. Bit of on the top of off. And this time it evades Stewart. And Van Heerden moves on to 21. Campopiano just getting it in that right area. That's all he needs to do, really. You always need to hope that the pressure might get to these two. And Germany almost implode. And this one gets through. It looks like it is going to go all the way. And it has. There's a good effort, though, from the 12th man down there. Samara Wikrama getting the reverse out. I think that's missed everything, and it's going to have to go down. In fact, it's been given as runs. So Richardson gets off the mark with an unconventional 4, but it's 4 nonetheless. It's all that matters in the book. Just soft hands, dead bats this one back. And Campopiano does the work off his own bowling. Been busy today as Campopiano with the bat mostly. Of course, he's just sort of played that anchor role, coming in at number 3 and joining Grant Stewart, as Stewart always goes around his own business. This time quicker, darts this one in a little bit, and it will be another single. There's a change in field as Campopiano looks as if he's going to change his angle. He's going to come round the wicket. Van Heerden, well, he hasn't really taken any risks. He's just been playing the ball on its merit and just nurdling it around for 1s and 2s. But an opportunity now to push on and be the aggressor of the two. Campopiano, excellent bit of fielding off his own bowling. Italy certainly just keeping themselves in with a chance here. They need to take a couple more wickets and just keep boundaries down to almost a minimum, because it can be done in singles. I think really, I'd argue the squeeze might need to be put on now. If you're the Italian skipper, they could do it in singles. They've got a lot of leeway at the end of 14, 117 for 2. Singles can do it for Germany. So you just asked the question of just make them go over the top if they do so. Make them win the game is my idea. Don't lose the game yourself. Make them go ahead and take the victory from you, rather than just sort of succumbing to a bit of a slow loss. But again, there are positives to come out of this for Italy today. Grant Stewart, again, he's in fine form, so he'll be crucial against Spain tomorrow. Marcus Campopiano as well. But also this young man, 17-year-old. The new one. Just gets us a single, does Van Heerden. Brings Richardson on strike. Captain and wicket-keeper, of course, for Germany. Slow ball at the back of the hand. He's picked it, however, isn't able to find the gap. But again, excellent sense of mind from the new one to throw in the odd slower ball here and there. Apologies for the lack of on-screen graphics, just another bit of a hiccup on our end. We do apologise. In the air, and well, was a little bit uppish, but just evades Campopiano. As I mentioned previously, plays his cricket in Oxfordshire. And that's a dead ball. Didn't like that one, of course. But no, certainly positive to take away for the Italians here. Another slower ball. And again, Van Heerden just comfortably plays this down to Down to long off. Brings Richardson back on strike. Turns around the corner. Really good bit of work from Singh. Came to him pretty quickly. Did well to adjust himself and collect it cleanly. Otherwise, if it was going through, it most likely would have raced away for 4. Interesting here to see if Van Heerden decides to go on the aggressive side of things. Slower. Hit flat down the ground. Has he split the 2? He hasn't. It's excellent work again by Anik Ahmed. It's just eventually another single. And it will bring us to the end of the over, the end of the 15th. And Germany just cruising along. Might need to get a bit of a move on, you never know. Germany 123 for 2 after 15. This is what's coming up tomorrow, of course. The fun doesn't end here. Not only have we got Malta, we've got here as well Spain. They will be returning to your screens. They take on Italy in match number 3. That starts at 9 o'clock GMT, 10 o'clock Central European time, and 2:30 out in India. And then also Spain, they take on Germany. So these two teams will be getting a bit of a rest day, 1 game rather than the 2. Spain, they've got 4 games on the bounce, so that'll be interesting to see how fatigue comes into play. Obviously, they've got a large squad, so rotation. And knowing Corey, we know what his tactics are like during the ECC. You saw plenty of rotation. Campopiano continuing here. And just drives this, and Grant Stewart, who's just pulling his back there. Again, long season for Grant Stewart. It's not an easy task for anyone. You've got to be so fit and so careful with different risks. Grant Stewart, you can see he's possibly just isn't himself in terms of his body. Could be aching. It is November. It's a long season for him. Bit of drift away with the wind. Campopiano won't be too upset with that. Kianin, well, I think we know who you're supporting. Yeah, Grant Stewart just in front of me is just still holding on to the lower back. Positive stroke again from Van Heerden. So that may be an issue, maybe a back problem. Of course, probably doesn't want to risk any further injury. And pushed into that leg side yet again. Calls of 2, should just be 1. Richardson looking confident though for his well-made 9 off 9. Change in field as a man now comes into that almost in the mid-wicket region, if anything, to try and stem the flow of singles that's been coming through there. Bit of a false start. Might have been a bit of noise out in the middle. Might have just put him off ever so slightly. And well, excellent bit of captaincy. Puts his fielder right there. Campopiano says, that's fine, I'll keep on bowling there. That's exactly what happens. Always helps when a plan comes to tuition, and this time there's an appeal, great appeal from long off. Eventually they come through for the bye, signalled by the umpire. And that will be the end of the 16th over, 128 for 2 on the board. See there, just ahead now, aren't they, Germany? These were the worrying moments for Italy when they were batting with the run rate. It just died ever so slightly, going up almost 55.6, 5.5 and over. And you can take what a spread of bowling here. And there's a conversation now between the sort of leadership group, you would say, the likes of Mead and Campopiano, and then Grant Stewart in there as well. Seems to be the 3 leadership team, of course. We know that this Italian squad is a mixture of different, not abilities, but you've got a mixture of youth and experience. So no surprise to see a leadership team sort of leading things out in the middle. Bit of left arm spin back into the attack with Kosala. Starts well, right on the money. There's a lot of chat about tomorrow in Spain. Everyone's excited about them coming back. Good slower delivery, just holds it back a little bit. Van Heerden has to adjust himself, just quietly sort of got about his business and made his way to 29 off of 28, sorry, off of 33 deliveries. Richardson pulls into the leg side, and that will certainly relieve a bit of pressure if there was ever any doubt for the Germans. Nice boundary into the leg side. Going to be another 4, and it's Richardson was given a little bit of length. It's going to go all the way. 4 more. Needs a response to Skasala. Short again this time. Punched down the ground off the back foot. And there's a lot of excitement about the Spanish team. Of course, there's some familiar names in there that we've come pretty accustomed to here on the European Cricket Network. This is a very slow delivery. Turn around the corner. It will take some chasing, and he won't get there. And it's another lovely shot, given a little bit of a back of a length delivery, really. And then he was just punished by Van Heerden. He gets in on the action now. His first boundary in this innings. Done what's been required of him, really. Now into single figures. 9 runs required for victory. And getting aggressive now, Van Heerden. And it doesn't matter where you put your fielders, because that's out of the ground. 6 more. Very nice from Joshua Van Heerden. I think he's clearly had enough. He said, well, let's get on with things here. And it's going to be a lovely 6 more to the total. And it will be the end of the 17th. Germany 144 for 2. So with just 3 runs required for victory here, just take a very quick opportunity to thank everyone who's been at the ground today. So huge thanks to the production crew. They've put a really good show on today. It's not been easy with the wind and with some technical issues. They've been outstanding. Muchísimas gracias to the production crew. I know they're listening. And of course to the blue crew that we've had here, to Samir, to Manav, and to Mike as well. And then also to the local organising committee, so to John Howden, and to all the umpires as well. And of course the players. It's been an excellent first day of international T20 cricket, slowly coming to a close. But a huge thank you to everyone for tuning in as well. It's been a pleasure to be back on the air with the European Cricket Network. I thought my year was done after Belgium. Managed to find a way to get me back in. It's always nice to be back. But anyway, 3 to win. Here's the new one. And they'll take on Grant Stewart. And Grant Stewart's going to hold on to that, unfortunately. I think he knows that you can just see he is just a little bit unsure of where he is at the moment in terms of his fitness, possibly an injury there. You just don't know. 2 runs required for victory now. And that will be it. That will be 4 through the covers. And that will be the rest of the game completed. That's all she wrote. Germany are your victors here in match number 2. They take 2 wins from 2 here today. And it just wasn't meant to be for Italy, as they do end up losing both of their matches today. Wasn't due to lack of trying. Some excellent hitting from Grant Stewart in both games. Unfortunately, it just wasn't meant to be, even though there were some moments of excellence. That catch from Jean-Pierre Omid was rather entertaining. But unfortunately, Italy are just weren't there today. But they'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, they take on an exciting Spanish team who will be looking to really move up the ICC rankings, and they feel that this weekend is a big big opportunity to do so. Huge thank you to all of the viewers as well for tuning in, as the handshakes are all around, of course. The umpires, an excellent job today. Didn't really put a foot wrong. Only called on a handful of times, but it was good to see Joshua van Heerden in his first 2 games for Germany. And they'll be really, really happy. They will be ecstatic with their performance today, and they will surely be looking to make the most of what they have left here this evening. They'll have a nice rest, and then they'll also be keen to watch the Spanish team tomorrow morning take on Italy. And looking forward to that game, of course. But again, if we just take a look at that game that we've just witnessed, match 2, of course, Germany winning by 8 wickets. Take a look at the highlights as well. Some nice shots from Talal Khan. That was an early opportunity, and you just have to wonder, maybe those half chances could have been taken. But also some nice touch shots as well from Talal Khan, some drop and runs. There was that man really who did most of the damage, Justin Broad. He gets his 3rd international T20 50 off of just 35 deliveries. There were some really nice shots. That was one of the better ones, down the ground, pure timing, and also some really good bit of fielding as well. Italy wasn't due to a lack of effort, just wasn't there for them today. But they'll be back again tomorrow morning, of course. Talal Khan as well. This was an interesting moment, almost a run-out opportunity. But then he went for 1 sweep too many, and it was a good call by the umpire. It was almost dead on, really. You take a look here. That was the new one on his international debut. He'll take a wicket as well, which will certainly come up later in the package. He'll be a happy young man, of course, with his birthday coming up on Sunday as well, but to make his international debut as well, he'll be pretty happy. But then also good to see Joshua van Heerden, who can go through the gears, as we saw towards the end of the innings. He finishes with 42 not out off of 37. So that was the moment there for Broad, bringing up his whippage for his half century. And it was always a nice moment to see there. But then the moment came. It was a really good catch in the end for Jean-Pierre Omid. And then Richardson came in, played some fancy stuff, and got off the mark with a bit of a tickle. And then Campopiano tried to drag Italy back into things, but it wasn't meant to be. Germany are your winners by 8 wickets. Again, a huge thank you to all of the production crew and to everyone on the ground today. Without all the local organising committee and the ground staff as well, Callum here at Desert Springs, and to everyone, all the production crew as well, a huge thank you to all of you. Do remember, we'll be back at 10 o'clock local time tomorrow to witness match number 3 of this tri-series here in Desert Springs. Spain will be taking on Italy. You have been watching the Grizzly Bear International Tri-Series here at Desert Springs, here in Almeria. You're watching on the European Cricket Network. My name's Charlie Hunt. Do remember, we're back tomorrow for more cricket. Until then, goodbye.